Fun. So happy to have you all, and great. It's a great day to make frostings, and I hope that you all are also looking forward to this. I got a lot of DMs yesterday night after you all received the PDF, and I'm very happy, and I'm very happy to know that you all are so excited to learn different kinds of frostings with me, different flavor combinations. Once again, I just want to, hey Dimple, I'm excited too. So, just want to again clarify, we have clarified it at the start also and always, that this is not a baking class. We will not be baking anything. This class is all about teaching you how to make different kinds of frostings, different kind of flavor combinations we will be discussing. End of the class is something that I always look forward to, because there are so many questions. You all have attended the entire session, and then there are genuine doubts and queries, and so I will want to actually take all the questions possible. So keep your questions ready and keep them coming in the chat box, and Ishita will read them out to me. And so let's start without wasting any time, because we have lots to cover. We have lots of frostings to do. I am basically doing most of the things from scratch. If you have gone through the recipe PDF, you would notice that when we had promised, I think around 15, but we got the recipes that I've given you are so much more, so many more frostings that, so many more flavors that we have included. And there are just one or two things that I would actually be just, giving you the recipe for. And some people are still messaging me, so it's like a little difficult to concentrate here. Okay. Only very, very few things that I will not be actually, showing from scratch, because they will be, I'm so sorry for this. Okay, so rest everything we are covering and we are doing. Any questions, you all can just come back to me. So starting with the most basic frosting of all, which is the American buttercream. So we are starting with butter, icing sugar. These are the key ingredients of American buttercream. This buttercream actually can be made to pipe out very, very stiff, to crust up also, and to pipe out very, very soft also, depending on the icing sugar that you're adding to the buttercream. Okay. So starting with butter, which is actually, I like to call this butter al dente. Al dente is actually used for pastas, where you can actually see a bite. Here, you can actually see that when you push your finger in, there's actually a dent. So when I say room temperature butter, I don't mean to tell you that keep your butter out at room temperature and just let it melt. I don't want that butter to even melt slightly. It should be taken out of the refrigerator, kept out a couple of hours, and it should be soft to touch, but your finger should not go in directly. So that's the kind of butter that I want to use. Okay. So there are few key key techniques that that makes your American buttercream very, very fluffy and very, very soft. So if you've been struggling with your American buttercream, either it's been very runny, or either it's been very, very grainy, so this is the recipe to follow. Again, another thing, American buttercream will have a little bit of grittiness, but that's absolutely fine. Okay, but it will not be majorly gritty. I mean, you won't be actually be tasting sugar. So that is the key thing for American buttercream. So I'm just going to now change the camera angle. Can you all see? Okay. And at this point, I just want to start whisking my butter. I have my icing sugar ready. Icing sugar should ideally be sifted multiple times. This needs sifting. So we sifted this icing sugar multiple times yesterday, but while it was out, it again developed some lumps. We don't want that. So we are sifting this again. Icing sugar that I'm using is a generic brand that we get everywhere. I think we are using Mavana. You can buy that too. Every icing sugar actually has some percentage of corn flour in it. And that's why you may feel slight bit of graininess in the frostings, but that's completely okay. With all the whipping, that will also go. I'm using my hand mixer. And I'm using salted Amul butter. So the key to a good buttercream is always for whipping up your butter first and not whipping the buttercream, the butter and sugar mix later. It's always the how beautiful your icing turns out depends on how good and how well you whip your butter first. You will see that your butter is starting to look fluffy, and that's because it's aerating and you're incorporating air in this. How beautiful does it look already? Nice and light. The color has also changed. And now I will just start adding some icing sugar to it. Now don't go overboard and just put all of it together. What I like to do always is, because the sugar just tends to fly all over, I just want to mix it a little bit into the butter and then whip it. So that way, the sugar won't fly on right on your face. Yeah. See, our buttercream has already started to come together. How beautiful and white it looks. That's a better position. Now, put it there. Yeah, put it there. I don't know. Yeah, check. Again, time to whip. Nice and beautiful. Now again, the quantity of sugar that has been mentioned here gives you a nice and stiff buttercream. You can definitely reduce slight bit of sugar. I think we've mentioned 600 grams of sugar in 250 grams of buttercream. You can definitely reduce the sugar by a little, maybe like 50 to 100 grams if you feel that your buttercream has already started to stiffen up. But if you feel that, because the buttercream totally depends on the weather conditions also. So right now I'm working in AC, air conditioning. It's quite nice and cool here. So that is the reason my butter will remain stiff for a longer time. In humid conditions, you can take this particular entire recipe. But don't go on reducing the sugar by half, because then that will not work. Buttercream ideally should have 1 part of butter and 2 parts of sugar. Okay. See, without even adding any bit of color, my buttercream looks so nice, fluffy. It's doubled in size and it's so white. Can you see? And this is just perfect. I'll just whisk it for 2-3 minutes more. And if you were to taste it right now, it tastes so good. And that, my friends, is the buttercream. The perfect buttercream. Nice, stiff, holding its peaks. Okay, you can add a bit of vanilla to it at this point and just store it in a nice airtight box and use it whenever you want to. You can put it in the fridge, and when you want to use it, you can bring it to room temperature and whisk it again and use it. Okay, so this is our buttercream. Okay, guys, I do hope that there were, I'll just clean it with this. Yeah, I'll use that. Yeah. So I do hope that this recipe was easy enough. And if you have any questions, you can put it in the chat box and Ishita will read it out to me. In the meantime, I'm going to start with another recipe, which is one of my favorite frostings. It's called the Swiss meringue buttercream.
We've got few questions, Chef.
Mm-hmm.
Was the butter salted or unsalted?
It was salted Amul butter. I mentioned it during the live also. It was salted Amul butter, guys. You can go ahead and use unsalted also. No problem at all.
Is this buttercream good to survive in Delhi summer?
Again, totally depends on your this buttercream, and all kinds of frostings depend on the humidity levels of your city, the weather conditions of your city. And so we are going to come back to this question at the end of this class, where we will discuss different kinds of stable frostings, which are good, which are good to hold their shapes, and etc. etc. So we are going to come back to this question at the end of the class. But In summers, yes, you can use this, but you have this, as you know, this is pure butter. I'm not using any shortening, nothing whatsoever, no additives. So if it is butter, it will have to be refrigerated. And if you can make sure that your clients are also refrigerating your the buttercream cake at all times, and your cake is in AC, then there is no problem.
A few
Yes,
recipes has shortening in American cream,
yes,
American
yes,
buttercream. What is the
yes.
reason behind it?
Okay. So the reason behind using, like I also mentioned, I'm not using shortening. Shortening is nothing but vegetable trans fat. Okay. It is just vegetable trans fat, and what it does to a buttercream or to a frosting is it makes it very, very stable. Okay, it does not melt easily. If you keep a packet of dalda outside, it does not become liquid. But if you keep butter, it will become liquid, right? It will come to its very liquid consistency. So the reason why some recipes are, across the world also, bakers do use shortening, and to each his own. But I don't use shortening because it's unhealthy. You can try, if you are keen to try it, you can try half butter, half shortening, the same recipe, half butter, half shortening, and try it out. If you're keen to try it out. Okay. So that's the reason. Shortening is used because it makes the frosting very, very stable.
For the American buttercream, you mentioned we have used regular icing sugar that
Yes.
does not include cornstarch. Is the cornstarch important for consistency and reducing the sweetness?
No, no. I have mentioned that most of the packets of icing sugar that we get in the market contain 1% or 2% of cornstarch. That is what I mentioned. So this is, maybe it is done because they want a more finer icing sugar or something. Does not matter at all. You get what you're getting in the market. There are a few brands like Urban Platter which give icing sugar without the cornstarch also. So you can try that also. So the little bit of grittiness that you will taste in your buttercream is because of the cornstarch. No, icing sugar has to be bought. Icing sugar cannot be made at home. Please buy icing sugar. It's very easily available. I was using the brand called Mavana.
How can we store it?
I just mentioned all those things. I mentioned that you can store it in an airtight box in the fridge. It stays very good up to a couple of months also. But I have not used it for like up to 2 months or so. But for up to a month, it stays very, very good. Beyond that, also, if you want to freeze it, take it out, remove it, let it come to room temperature, whisk it again, and it's good to use. Okay. So, any more questions regarding this?
Yes, chef. Which brand
Okay.
would you suggest for vanilla extract?
You can use Fab extracts. They are very, very good, and they are very consistent in their taste and flavors. You can use Fab.
Where do we use buttercream
Okay.
frosting, cupcakes and cakes?
Yes, cupcakes, cakes, macarons. You use your imagination wherever you want to frost. You want to add a filling. You can make sandwich cookies with buttercream. The usages are huge, humongous, but definitely cupcakes and cakes. You can frost your cakes, give them sharp edges also with buttercream. Okay.
Why didn't we use fresh cream as prescribed in the recipe?
It was written optional. Fresh cream in the recipe, if you see, I have mentioned optional because if you find that your buttercream is becoming too stiff, so to loosen it, you can add a few drops or maybe a teaspoon of fresh cream.
Can we add a color to buttercream to get?
Yes, yes. Absolutely, you can. We will be discussing all those things towards the end of the recipe, end of the class. So let's keep your questions, these questions, flavors, colors, what can we add, all these things towards the end. We will be doing a lot of variations. I'll be talking about a lot of variations. Okay.
When I make American buttercream and after piping it, when I keep outside, it gets crusty, shell-like.
Hmm.
Does
Okay.
does not have a shine or smoothness like other frostings. Is it normal?
Yes, it's completely normal. American buttercream, like I said at the start of the class only, that it is supposed to crust up. It is made of icing sugar and butter. So icing sugar will ensure that your cream is actually crusting up, which is completely normal. There are a lot of different options also in icing that you can use frostings. We are doing some of them today. So, just pay attention to the class. This is still correct.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay. No, just let me in the kitchen outside. Yeah. Okay, guys. So starting with our next recipe, we were going to start with the eggless Swiss meringue, but turns out that our butter is still very, very hard. And see, our butter is still hard. We have cubed it and cut it into pieces. So I'm going to do another recipe right now and wait for this to come to room temperature. Okay. Let's do the vegan ganache in the meantime. So this is my butter for my Swiss meringue buttercream. Okay. Let's do the vegan ganache. Okay, guys. So vegan ganache is nothing is made exactly like how you would make your regular ganache also. But this chocolate that I'm using is Calibu, 55% or 54%. Calibu 811 is the number. Okay, these are dark chocolate calates, and it's completely vegan. So in case you have like an order, or there are people who are vegan because of whatever reasons, you can actually use this chocolate. And the cream that I'm using, you need to melt it. And the cream that I'm using is coconut cream, completely vegan, non-dairy, urban platter. So this makes for a very, very delicious ganache. And this is what I'm doing today. So how much is our chocolate? How much is our chocolate? Yeah. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just melting the chocolate in the microwave for like 30 seconds. Okay. You can melt your chocolate at 15 seconds bursts. That's the and now how much is that? 77. Okay, so I'm taking the ganache quantity. The ganache that I'm taking is 2:1. What happened? Is it fine? Okay. The ganache proportion that I'm taking for this is 2:1, which means 2 parts chocolate and 1 part of cream. Okay, so if you have 200 grams of chocolate, you take 100 grams of cream. Make sure that you have just, this needs to be like, you have to shake and use this Tetra Pak. You'll find that the consistency of this is a little different than our dairy creams, of course, because this is plant-based, this is coconut. Melted. Sure. Let me show it to you. So what I want to do is I just want to warm both of these ingredients separately. What I do is I don't heat them together, because then there are chances of splitting. Okay. This needs more 30 seconds in the microwave. Okay. Any questions that we have in the meantime, we can take them.
Which recipe are we doing now?
We are doing the vegan ganache, guys. We are doing the vegan ganache. For vegan ganache, I'm taking a vegan chocolate, which is Calibu dark chocolate 811. Okay, that is the vegan brand. That is the vegan option that they have. If you get your hands on any other vegan couverture chocolate, you can use that. So this is the only vegan option that I know of, which is currently available in India, which is actually easily available also.
Is coconut cream easily available?
Very easily available. It's available on Amazon. This is Urban Platter. Okay, so this is very, very easily available. I think we use it. I think this is used for a lot of cooking also. So you can just get your hands on this. Nah?
Can we melt
Okay.
the chocolate in double boiler?
Yes, you can definitely. I only find that microwave is a little easier for me, so I do that in the microwave. You can go ahead and do the double boiler. Why not?
If not vegan, can we use heavy cream as same proportion of coconut cream?
Sorry?
If
Yeah.
not vegan, can we use heavy cream as same proportion of coconut cream? And if we do so, kindly suggest the brand of heavy cream.
Yes, absolutely you can. Breaking. Am I audible to you?
Yes, chef.
Okay. Yes, you can. So, guys, if you have a look at the PDF recipe PDF, I've given you all use it in the same proportion. 2:1 is the standard dark chocolate ganache proportion. So somebody was asking me if you can use heavy cream. Definitely. So this is my chocolate which is melted. I will come back to your question. Let me add the cream here. How nice is that, people who are intolerant towards certain food items and you can give them something like this. How happy will they be? Just imagine chocolate ganache being made absolutely vegan. How happy will your vegan friends be? And see how beautiful it turns out. I have not heated the cream because my cream was already at room temperature. I've just warmed the chocolate, melted it, and added it here. And it smells also very nice. Doesn't taste any or no odd taste actually. Tastes just like chocolate ganache. Look at the shine. So the shine is because you have not overheated the chocolate, overheated the ingredients. Okay. So this is your vegan ganache, which is done. Starting with the white ganache. Okay. So somebody was asking me the question if they can use heavy cream. Yes, you can use heavy cream. Heavy cream is nowadays available in India. The company is Ellen Weir, Ellevire. Okay, it's an imported brand. The heavy cream is actually 35% and plus fat, which is amazing. Tastes very good. So you can use that heavy cream. Otherwise, for regular ganaches, what I use is Amul fresh cream, which is 25% fat. Okay. Any more questions?
Taste wise, is it any different or is it the same?
So you want me to taste and show you? I can do that. I do that very well, in fact. Amazing. No difference at all. No difference. It tastes beautifully of dark chocolate, and you can barely actually taste anything coconutty if that's what you're worried about. Amazing. Yum. Okay. So moving on to our next recipe, which is our white chocolate ganache. I'm still waiting for the butter to come to a little bit of room temperature. So in the meanwhile, we'll do our white chocolate ganache. Okay.
Chef, can
You
the
can't hear.
coconut cream be replaced with thick, fresh coconut cream milk?
No, milk does not contain the desired quantity of fat. That's the reason we use cream. Cream. Our Amul cream also, it contains around 25% fat. Fat is important. because it somewhere it helps the ganache or the frosting to hold its shape and to stiffen up a little bit and things like that. But if you add milk, it will just, it will not be a frosting, it will be something else, it will be like a fudge or something, but it won't set. So I will not suggest adding milk. You can try, go ahead in, experiment, but it won't set for you to frost it on the cake. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's move on to our white chocolate ganache. What are we doing here? Okay. So guys, for white chocolate ganache, I'm using white chocolate, premium white chocolates, which are available, very easily available. They are not couverture. You can go ahead and use couverture. Couverture was out of stock with my vendor. So that's why we are using, which one are we using? Van Leer. It's a white Van Leer white compound. Give me the cream and all also. Cream. So again, there are a few things. It's easy to make, but there are a few things that you need to keep in mind. For all kinds of ganaches, there are proportions. Okay. For white chocolate ganache, the proportion that I usually use is. Sorry, is somebody asking me a question about heavy cream brand? Heavy cream is what you would use. Heavy cream is something which you just asked me. It is Ellen Weir. It is 35% and upwards fat. Fresh cream is what we are using for our ganaches today, which is Amul. Okay, so I hope we are clear with that. All are dairy based. None of them are non-dairy based. You can warm the cream in your microwave a little bit. What I usually do is I warm the cream for 30 seconds or 1 minute. I don't like heat it too much. I warm my chocolate, get it to a nice melted consistency, and then I mix the two. That way, I'm ensuring that there's not too much heat which is going in the ganache, and the shine of the ganache usually comes from that. Okay. So again, let me come back to my ganache part. Ganache is an easy thing to make, that you can see mixing chocolate with your cream. But what you have to take care is the way you do it. One, the temperatures. Secondly, the proportions are very, very important. If you, I have given proportions for dark chocolate ganaches and white chocolate ganaches. Okay. Dark chocolate ganache proportions are usually what I use in this weather, also in Mumbai weather, is 2:1. But if I feel that the weather is very, very hot, it's very humid, and there are chances of my cake, traveling far away, I'm going to use 2.5:1. Now, 2.5:1 will mean 2.5 times chocolate and 1 part of cream. Okay, that ensures that my ganache will set a little more better, a little more harder. It will have a harder crust. Okay, and I'm okay with that as long as my cake is not getting all, washed away in this heat. Now with the white chocolate ganache, most of you all had, asked me and messaged me. Some of you all are my older students also, and some people have had trouble with white chocolate ganache in the past. I know that it is very, very temperamental. Now, once you just master it, you will not go back to any other icing and frosting. Trust me on that. White chocolate ganache is also, the way to make it is same. You warm the I warm the white chocolate ganache. You must have seen thousands of YouTube videos where people are pouring hot cream over the chocolate. That is also fine. Whatever works. What works for me is just warming these two separately and then mixing it very, very delicately. So I'm not introducing too much heat to my ganache at once, and that just ensures a good shine. It remains stable. The chances of the ganache splitting decreases a lot. Okay. So again, white chocolate ganache proportions are very different from dark chocolate ganache. White chocolate ganache you need to add more chocolate to make it stable. The white chocolate ganache standard proportion is 3:1, which is 3 parts chocolate and 1 part cream. Okay. In Mumbai, most of us bakers who are using white chocolate ganache regularly, we are using 3.5:1 in this humid weather. It's rainy season, it's monsoons, so humidity is at a all-time high. and it's also hot most of the time. So the proportion that we want to use and we usually use for our cakes is 3.5 is to 1. What that ensures, what that means is that my white chocolate ganache will remain stable and it will not be all soft and melty. Okay, so this is how you decide the proportions of your ganache. If you're making ganache and if you feel that it's very, very hot, your cake needs to travel, it's humid, so you can always increase the chocolate proportion in your ganache. So you can go from 3 is to 1 to 3.5 is to 1 to 4 is to 1 also. That is also fine. There are people who do that because they have to do that because of the weather conditions. But what that ensures is your cake is perfectly stable. It does not melt. Humidity doesn't affect it too much. Okay. So this was all about white chocolate ganache. Again, I'm doing the same thing. I've melted my whatever questions is they're asking. You can read them out to me regarding this particular topic, Ishita. So this is, I've melted my white chocolate. Okay. And I've also warmed my cream. This cream is, we are doing 3.5 is to 1 today. In Bombay, we can't think of doing anything other than 3.5 is to 1. There are very few times actually that I remember doing 3 is to 1 proportion because it's always hot in Bombay. Okay. This is
What is
the
the proportion
Amul fresh cream. Sorry.
What is the proportion for milk chocolate ganache?
Milk chocolate also will follow the proportions like the dark chocolate. So 2 is to 1 to 2.5 is to 1 to 3 is to 1 also is fine. Okay, so follow the dark chocolate recipe for milk chocolate. So I'm just now adding my cream to white chocolate. Now, again, guys, lot of y'all get scared of making white chocolate ganache. And I know why, because there are high chances of the ganache splitting. And so many times, my ganache also splits. But you don't have to worry. All you have to do is just keep whisking it and bring it together. There are high chances that your ganache will split because see, I'm seeing that my ganache is splitting right now. But what I'm going to do is keep doing. See, it is all, you will see the fats separating. What I'm going to keep doing is just keep whisking it vigorously. You can even use a hand mixer for this, but this is a small quantity. So I don't need a hand mixer, and I will just keep whisking it vigorously to get my ganache back together. And you will see that this has come together. It's got its shine back. Look how beautiful it looks. And this is your white chocolate ganache. White chocolate ganache is actually a cake decorator's best friend in case you don't want to use fondant. So now this ganache, you think it's ready to use? Not for me. What I want to do is, I want to set it. Okay, this goes either in the fridge or it sets at room temperature with a cling wrap. Make sure that the cling is touching the surface of the ganache. And this will set for at least 4 to 5 hours, or you can set it overnight also. Okay, you can either set it at room temperature if it's cool outside, or you can put it in the fridge and remove it and let it come to room temperature before using. Okay, so this is our white chocolate ganache. Can we have the white chocolate ganache bowl? The white chocolate ganache is ready. Yeah. Warm it. So I will show you my white chocolate ganache, which we made yesterday. And it was cling wrapped, and I will show that to you. So is the buttercream come to room temperature now? Okay. Is it very hard still? Okay. So when your white chocolate ganache goes in the fridge to set, okay, like this goes in the fridge to set. When you want to use it, I usually do this much in advance. Okay, I will just make my white chocolate ganache. If I have an order, I'll do this 2 days earlier, and then I will get it to room temperature. Once I get it to room temperature, okay, no, this is still hard. Yeah. So this is also, we took it out of the fridge. Okay, let it come to room temperature, and then I will show you how to whip it. And then you will see a beautiful consistency of white chocolate ganache. And that is the ganache that I use for my cupcake frosting, to frost my cakes, to get sharp edges. This gives a beautiful sharp edges to your cakes, and it's stable also, and it stays very well. So this is like the most versatile frosting ever. Okay. Okay, so any questions? We can take that now, Ishita.
Can we use butter in ganache for a richer shine?
Warm.
If yes, how much quantity to use?
15-second burst. Butter, I have seen quite a few bakers using it, but I don't use butter. The simple reason that I don't use butter is because butter is, end of the day, butter. It's if it's introduced to heat, it's going to melt. It's going to show its colors. So I don't use butter. My ganache is anyways is nice and shiny. If it's not too, if you follow these instructions, you will have a nice shiny ganache. But in case you want to use butter, you can go ahead, use like a tablespoon or so for these particular recipes. You can just go ahead and try. Yeah.
Can we melt white chocolate in microwave and warm cream in double boiler?
You can use the microwave for both the white chocolate and the cream. Now, why do you want to use double boiler for warm?
Can if we do not want to microwave it, can we double boil the both the things?
Yes, you can. So you can melt your chocolate on a double boiler, let it melt, and then add your cream to it on the same double boiler, and just whisk it. Keep whisking it, because your white chocolate is going to split, and it will split more because it's at a higher temperature, right? So yeah, you can do that. Double boiler is also a method. I don't use it because it's easier. Microwave is easier.
How much time will you microwave? For how much time do you microwave?
Just till it's melted. Okay, so that is why I have when I've been speaking, I've been telling you, microwave your chocolate always at bursts. Okay, don't just keep your chocolate and forget about it, and keep it for 2 minutes and forget. Don't do that with your chocolate, because chocolate tends to burn. Okay, so that is one thing that you need to take care. If you have a small quantity of chocolate like I had, so we are doing it at 15-second burst. 15 seconds, then whisk, then just we are just like distributing the heat by whisking it, and then again keep it. If you have a larger quantity of chocolate, then 30-second burst, just till it's melted. So you have to just keep an eye on your microwave.
Which is the best?
Sorry,
the best to mix? Hand blender or electric whisk?
Mix what? Like, I see, if there are small quantities, then I don't use a electric whisk. I just use my hand, and just a hand whisk is fine. But if you have a larger, bigger quantity, then also if you want to whisk it, you can whisk it with a hand mixer, not a problem. But a hand whisk also works, huh? It gives you a good muscle workout.
What is the importance of keeping all ganache in fridge before using it?
Just a second. Can you see me? Is my video stuck?
No, chef, it's fine.
It's fine. Okay, maybe there's a lag there. So we have two devices, so there's a lag there. Okay. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What is the importance of keeping all ganaches in fridge before using it?
Okay, so the reason I keep the ganache in the fridge is, firstly, you have to make it beforehand. You cannot make a ganache, just fresh ganache, and use it on your cake, because of course it's too runny, right? So ganache needs to set. The chocolate in the ganache, the cream in the ganache needs to come together. They need to set well. What works for me is once they are set completely, and then when I bring it to room temperature and they are soft enough, that is the time when I whisk my ganache and I whip it up. And it becomes nice and fluffy, and it's just the right consistency for me to frost my cakes and pipe on my cupcakes or whatever you want to use it. You'll see that now. So that's the reason why we want to set it. So you can set it at your room temperature also. If your room is not very hot, if you are working in AC, your AC is on for a few hours, you can keep it in your AC room also. Okay, next.
Can we use whipping cream instead of fresh cream?
By whipping cream, if you mean non-dairy cream, then no, because non-dairy cream cannot be heated. At least I don't use non-dairy cream for making ganache. You can use your whipping cream later on whipped up to make a mousse out of it, but not to make ganache. Okay. All right. So I think those were the questions so far.
Do we strain the ganache?
See, you don't need to strain the ganache because your ganache is anyway so nice, smooth and silky. But if you do find for some reason, which should not be there should not be any lumps or something. If you do find lumps, you can strain the ganache.
Proportion change for whipped ganache?
No, not at all. I'm going to whip up this ganache only in front of you. So no, absolutely no. Let me keep this also.
How to prevent
Yeah.
crystallization in ganache, and what is the shelf life of ganaches? All the three ganaches?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, chef.
I was just getting a call. Yeah.
How to
So,
prevent crystallization, and what is the shelf life of ganache?
okay, shelf life of the ganache is very nice, very long, but I prefer not keeping it for too long, because then what happens? Then that is when your ganache really hardens up, and then when you want to melt it, it does not melt completely. So you can keep the ganache for up to a few weeks, even up to a month. Like you can keep them in piping bags, and you can keep them in up to a month. Then when you have in the fridge, okay, not outside. Then when you have to use it, you have to bring it to room temperature, melt it, and whisk it. To prevent crystallization, I really don't know what you mean by crystallization, because ganaches, if done the right way, never crystallizes. Crystallization, if you mean that those small little particles, they could be because your chocolate has not melted completely. So that is the reason why, firstly, that's the reason why I don't melt my chocolate and cream together, because both the temperatures for melting both these things are very different. Chocolate melts at a different temperature, cream warms up at a very different temperature, cream heats up faster, chocolate takes longer to melt. So that is why I warm these things and I melt chocolate separately. So you have to first ensure that your chocolate is melting completely before you add cream to it. Also, the batches of chocolate that you are using may be wrong, could be wrong. Sometimes you get a wrong batch of chocolate, you're just pure unlucky. So you just have to make sure that you get a good fresh batch of chocolate and it melts nicely and it's nice and smooth when it's melted. That's what you can do. Take care of. Okay.
Can we use hand mixer or hand blender after adding warm cream into melted white chocolate?
There is actually no need, because both of the things are nice and liquid and warm. So you can just use your spatula to mix them nicely together. And then you can use the hand whisk later when you have to whip it once it's set. Okay. So I think we're done with our ganache questions and buttercream questions.
Just one last question, chef.
Yes, yes.
In ganache, do the proportion of cream and chocolate remain same in couverture and compound both?
Yes, you can use same proportions for couverture and compound both. I'm using couverture dark chocolates today. I'm using compound for white chocolate. The proportions are just the same.
How to add color to white chocolate ganache?
I will show you. So once you are, I will show that to you on a smaller batch. But typically, when I want to add color, So before before I start whisking my ganache, just before I want to frost my cake, I'll just whisk my ganache to let it become nice and fluffy. That is the time when I will add some color to it. Because after whisking, the color of the frosting becomes light, right? So your frosting becomes paler. So that is the time when I add the color to the ganache frosting to see what color I want. And you can add gel colors, you can add a little oil-based colors, you can add powder colors also. Gel colors work very well with ganache and buttercream.
What if the fat from chocolate is separated in packet only? My milk chocolate
Then
kabocha shows this a lot of times.
probably you are not storing your chocolate the right way. You have to store it in a not in your kitchen, not in the hot part of your home or wherever you're baking. You have to keep it in a nice cool and dry area. And if it's already separated, then I think you should not be using that chocolate.
Which stage to
Okay.
add color?
Just before you start whisking, if you want to whisk. If you don't want to whisk, just before you start frosting your cakes, you can add the color. In case you want to use very, very dark and bright colors, I would suggest add your color and keep it for a few hours, because the color, develops and it darkens also over time, the darker shades.
Thank you.
Otherwise, just before, yeah. All right. So let's move on to our SMBC. Our Swiss Meringue Buttercream is waiting for us. Our butter is nice and ready. It's soft. Okay. It's just soft. The consistency of this butter also will be exactly the same consistency and the same temperature that I showed you for American buttercream. It's soft, but at the same time, it's not just about to melt away. Okay. 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 So in Swiss Meringue buttercream is typically traditionally made with eggs, egg whites. So I am actually showing you half the quantity of what I've mentioned. You can also actually have the quantity and try it if you want to. So what I'm doing is I have all my ingredients at room temperature, my butter, I have milk here. What I'm using here is Amul Taza. This is toned milk. Actually, you can also use coconut milk if you want to make it vegan. It's that versatile, this particular recipe. What I'm using is whey protein for SMBC. This whey protein is nowadays very, very easily available at all baking shops. This is by Purex. Okay. So I want to start with whisking my butter and yeah, better. I want to start with whisking my butter. Okay, guys, this is the whey protein that I'm using. It's by Purex. Got it? You all can take a screenshot if you want. This says 80% concentrate. This is what it says. Okay. So starting with this is my icing sugar, nice and sifted. Okay, so this is my butter. I have just whisked it for like around 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, this has like further softened it, and it has incorporated some air in this. Keeping this aside, what I want to do is I just want to add my whey protein to my sugar, icing sugar. Whey protein is actually mimic the role of the eggs here. This is sifted, right? And then I'm going to just add the milk slowly. And make sure that all of this is nicely dissolved. The sugar is dissolved. There are no lumps. And that is why it's very important that you sift your sugar at least multiple times. 3 to 4 times is good. So this is a nice liquid. At this point, I want to start adding this liquid to the butter and start whisking. Just like what I'm doing. Okay, I'll start my whisk. Let it flow. And just keep whisking. And at this point, you will see that your buttercream looks a little curdled, but it's okay. It's all going to come together beautifully. And now you can increase the speed. And look at this beauty that we have here. Looks and tastes amazing, just like your vanilla ice cream would. I'll just give it a good whisk for another 5 minutes. You have to make this buttercream to understand what I'm talking about. You mix that one also. You mix that. Okay, and see, this is our beautiful Swiss meringue buttercream. You can add at this point, at this stage, you can add some vanilla extract to it. You can add colors to it. Gel colors go very well with this. Even your powder colors also go very, very well with this. So you can use either one of them. Okay, any questions regarding this, Ishita?
Yes, chef. What
Okay.
is the speed while whisking the whey protein mixture?
While whisking, I'm whisking it at around, I think uh, my mixer has around 5 speed dials here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm whisking it at 1 and 2, and then I go on till 3, 4, and 5. So towards the end, I am at the highest speed. I hope that answers the question.
What kind of whey protein is this?
I just showed it to them. So once they have the recording with them, they can see. I have also mentioned the brand. It's called Purex, and it's very easily available with any baking shop, baking supply shop.
Why do we use whey protein? Is there any substitute?
Yes, you can use eggs if you want to. We are using whey protein because it mimics the egg whites. So because this recipe is originally with eggs, so we are trying to come as close as possible to the egg-based recipe, right? We cannot completely mimic it, but we are trying to come as close as possible to that recipe.
Any other brand for whey protein other than Purex?
Uh, See, you have to ask your baking supply shop if they are keeping any other baking brand for whey. So don't use the whey that you probably must be using for your, your protein shakes and all. Don't use that. This particular whey protein is a 80% concentrate, and it is particularly and specially used for baking, in baking. So yeah, use that. Purex is a brand which is very easily available on Amazon also.
Isolate whey protein can be used.
I just mentioned everything about the whey protein. So no, don't use the whey protein that you are using to have your protein shakes, guys. That is different. This is different. So please buy this particular whey protein.
Can we use coconut milk instead of toned milk?
You can use soy milk, coconut milk also. Yes, you can use both of them if you want to make this recipe vegan.
What is the vegan substitute for butter? Would almond or cashew butter work?
Oh, vegan butter. Yeah. No, I don't think almond or cashew butter would work. I think you can check any other vegan butter brands. I really don't know right now at this point because I'm not a vegan baker. But I know that, for a fact that there are a lot of vegan butter brands which are actually available in the market. They are, I think, imported or Indian. You can check out vegan butter.
Did you use Swiss? Did you use salted butter for Swiss meringue buttercream too?
Yes, I use Amul salted butter. You can use unsalted also. That's completely fine. I don't mind a bit of salt in my frostings and my cake, so I usually use salted butter.
What is the sweetness level as compared to American meringue buttercream?
So American buttercream, if you compare this buttercream, it's very low on sweetness. So that's why I'm telling you, you have to try it to understand what this is. This is very, very delicious. This is actually delicious. This is something which I don't mind, having in between my cakes and being, given a nice filling. So this is a good buttercream and very low on sweetness. And it tastes of butter, so it's nice buttery, it's low on sweet, it tastes somewhat like ice creams. It's nice.
What is the proportion of whey protein, milk, and icing sugar, also butter?
Excuse me, no, I didn't understand the question. There's an entire recipe which is given, so I can't tell you proportion. Please follow the recipe. You can have the recipe if
Can
you
normal
want.
milk be used?
Yes, you can. I use normal milk. I use normal regular dairy milk. I use Amul Taza. You can use whatever milk you have at hand.
How does it hold up between the layers for frosting outside of cake? Can be
It
covered
holds.
with fondant without fondant melting.
No, I would not suggest that you use this under the fondant. As you can see, this holds up quite okay. Okay, but again, it's buttercream. If it's buttercream, I will want to refrigerate my buttercream at all times. Once I've frosted it, this is at room temperature. This is at room temperature, and this is how it will remain if it is in nice and cool temperature. If it is right out of the AC refrigerator, if it's kept in AC, and if it's not if it's not kept under the sun or a very very hot in a very very hot room for a very long time, this is how it's going to be. It will be soft to touch, but it will hold up. But at the same time, I will not suggest that you use this if you have an outdoor event and you have to keep your cake outside and under the hot sun or in a hot environment for a very long time. Obviously, no. And no, this cannot be used under the fondant.
So, chef, before frosting, do we need to chill it in the fridge for a while?
No, absolutely no. See, right now, if you're working in AC like I am, so I have just made this and it's completely ready to frost. It's ready to frost. This is the consistency that you would want to frost, right? Anything colder will not work. So yes, after frosting, the cake needs to go in the fridge.
Do we need to heat the milk before using?
No, like I said, everything needs to be at room temperature. So all questions?
In PDF mentioned, don't use icing sugar with cornstarch, so that which brand to use?
Okay, guys. So I have mentioned that because at all time when I started making this buttercream, I was very, very wary of using cornstarch in this buttercream. But eventually, I have used a regular Mavana brand also. Today, we have used Mavana brand, and you can use the Mavana brand sugar. But before that, when I started making and when I was experimenting with this particular recipe, that was the time when I was using a brand from Urban Platter, icing sugar from Urban Platter, because that icing sugar did not have any cornstarch in it. So that's the reason, and that I felt was very, very nice and smooth. But when I tried this with other brands, like today I use Mavana, it turned out good too. So, not a problem. So yes, I have written this recipe much earlier than this. So that's why I've forgotten to mention that. Yeah. Yes. Okay, guys. So let me show you the ganache that we had kept. This is my ganache, which was made yesterday. It was kept in the fridge and then it was brought to room temperature. Okay. And look how this is now. This is 3.5:1 chocolate. Can you give me the attachments? Yeah. This is how it is. It's nice and soft. I use this. And now I'm just going to whisk it to show you. Once you whisk it, you'll find that the color becomes much lighter. It's nice. It holds its shape. And it's good to frost any of your cakes. So this is my white chocolate ganache. And look how beautiful this is. So till now, you've seen 3 frostings. One is American buttercream, one is Swiss Milan buttercream, and one is white chocolate ganache. Similar consistencies. Look how nicely it's holding its shape. We'll talk about stability at the end of the class, but these are your frostings. And at this point, I can add color to my frosting as well. Perfect. How beautiful is this? Nice, white, right? Okay. So that was our, so that is why you need to set your ganache, bring it to room temperature so that, when you whip it up, it almost doubles in size. It becomes nice and smooth and soft and fluffy, just perfect to pipe your cake, frost on your cake. You get perfect sharp edges with this particular ganache too. Okay, so this was our white chocolate ganache. What's that? Okay. 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 Anything that we are missing here? Nothing. Okay. So we will start with our cream cheese frosting. It's actually a lovely cream cheese mousse. Again, I use that a lot to, on some of my cakes. As a filling, I use it as a filling too. You have the whipping cream. Any questions so far, Ishita?
Can I use this recipe if I'm placing fondant figures on the cake? Is it okay?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can I use this recipe if I'm placing fondant figures on the cake? Is it okay?
The white chocolate ganache? Are they asking about? Yes, of course. White chocolate ganache is actually your answer to, to the substitute for fondant. Actually, it's such a versatile thing to use. So that is actually my go-to thing. So you can use fondant figures on that. You can place your fondant accents on the white chocolate ganache. It will be completely fine. Not like other frostings. Sometimes on whipped cream also you will find that your fondant accents are slipping away, but it won't happen with white chocolate ganache. It's a very, very stable thing.
Please
Okay.
mention the yield.
Sorry?
Please mention the yield.
The yield, you said?
Yes, chef.
How much each recipe is yielding?
Yes, chef.
So typically it's all like the American buttercream will give you around a kilo of this buttercream in total 900 grams. You can have that recipe. You can make 1/3 of that recipe also. The Swiss meringue buttercream will give you around 1 kg of this recipe, around 1 kilo of total buttercream. You can again have the recipe or make 1/3 of the recipe also. It's just, you just have to make like the total of the ingredients. It will give you like an ballpark figure. So white chocolate ganache is also that I've given you 400, 500 grams. So just total the ingredients that are given to you. That is approximately how much you will get. What's this? Achha, okay. Okay. Any more questions?
How many seconds to whisk and at what speed?
Whisk for the ganache, are they asking?
Yes, chef.
As you see that the ganache is starting to become nice, fluffy, and turning white, lighter in color. So I think around 3 to 4 to 5 minutes is good enough.
Is it mandatory to whisk after removing from ganache?
No, absolutely no. See, this is just what I do. So I'm actually doing what I have done. I'm telling you what my experience has been. So I whisk because I find that that consistency is very, very nice, and it's conducive. And I like frosting my cakes with a whipped up ganache. So you can completely skip that step. Even before whisking, you saw that the ganache was nice and soft. So you can go ahead with that.
Can we heat it in microwave if it's hard?
Yes, of course. So ganache will tend to become hard. Now my ganache, I've kept it outside. I will show you after after an hour or so, and you will see that the ganache has started to harden. And you can always put it in the microwave for 15 seconds, 10 seconds, and just bring it to your desired consistency. Okay, can we move on?
Just one last question, Chef.
Yes.
How
yes.
to do if fat separates from white chocolate ganache?
See, I already mentioned that I think somebody is a late joining here. So when I was making white chocolate ganache, that time only I had told you that your ganache will split, and you just have to whisk it together. So whoever is asking this question, please refer to the recording later on. All you have to do is just whisk it vigorously till it comes together. Don't worry if the fat is separating. Okay. Okay, guys. So move on to our next recipe, which is our cream cheese mousse frosting. One of my favorite frostings uses cream cheese. Cream cheese is at room temperature. I am using a brand which is called Delecta, easily available, right? So first, what I have here is I have some whipping cream. My whipping cream that I'm using is a non-dairy one. Okay, and I always use this method to make my cream cheese frosting, cream cheese mousse frosting, because it gives me a very, very beautiful consistency of frosting. If you are somebody who's looking to use a cream cheese frosting, a good recipe, I think this should be it. So what I'm doing now is I'm just whipping up my whipped cream first and keeping it aside. Okay. Okay, I've whipped this up. I'm using Tropolite, guys, just in case you'll have this query. I'm using Tropolite. This is a very easily available whipping cream. Okay, then I have my cream cheese here with me. I'm just going to add a little bit of caster sugar. You have the recipe with you. Whip it up. Some vanilla. Vanilla. So all my ingredients were at room temperature. So because my cream cheese is also at room temperature, I have some melted chocolate here, which is at room temperature. It's not hot. Don't add hot melted chocolate, guys. Otherwise, your chocolate will seize. Sorry, it will melt the entire mixture. Now, melted chocolate I add for stability. You all can, or you all can skip this part also. If you all want, if you want, you can totally not add melted chocolate. But I find, you know, for these cakes and my, if I need these things to be kept outside, I feel that this will hold up my frosting better, the melted chocolate. And that's why I'm not adding too much sugar. I just added like a little bit of sugar, and the rest was melted chocolate. And now I have my cream cheese, sorry, my whipped cream. Give it a nice, beautiful, moussey consistency. I'm adding a bit of vanilla. Look how beautiful this frosting is. I'm using Fab Vanilla, guys. Fab Vanilla extract. Always use extracts and not essences. Big difference in these two. And this is my cream cheese frosting, beautiful and ready to go. Now, if you're making something like a red velvet cake or a nice, beautiful lemon and blueberry cake, this is the frosting to use, guys. This goes beautifully with nice fruity flavors. Your velvet cakes, you can use it as a filling. What I usually do is I use it as a filling in my cakes, and then I pipe outside with white chocolate ganache for that stability. But this is the filling. This filling can be used with multiple things. We will be making a lot of paste here. Right now, we'll be making a lot of flavors. You can add this filling to that too. So this is a nice, beautiful filling. Okay, we are done with this. Any questions now?
What is the difference between vanilla essence and vanilla extract?
Okay, Ishita, why don't you answer that question for me? You must have heard me say that a lot of times, right?
I
Okay.
think the essence is very mild, but the extract is a kind of thick and it has more flavor.
Yes, something like that. Okay, so the basic difference is essences are not naturally made, guys. Essence is something which is like, you know, chemically made in a factory. They are not actual flavors, whereas an extract is actually extracted from a vanilla pod. So when I talk about using extracts, that means that this flavor is actually coming from vanilla pods, and they are using the actual real thing to extract. So lemon extract is actually extracted from a lemon and then used as a flavor, whereas the essence is actually, you know, just industrial flavors, and they're just used to just made chemically. So that's the difference. Okay, guys. I hope there are no more questions for this particular frosting. It's such a delicious frosting. I feel like eating some.
Will cream cheese curdle if in frosting?
Will cream cheese curdle? No, I just made it in front of you. Nothing curdled. You just saw it for yourself. See how beautiful this is. So no, it doesn't curdle. Follow exactly what I'm doing and it won't curdle.
Will the
Okay?
caster sugar dissolve completely?
Yes, it will, because I'm whisking it with cream cheese first, right? So it will dissolve. And there is no taste of caster sugar. If you want, I can taste it for you. No, there are no caster sugar granules.
Can we pipe it over cupcakes?
Yes, you can. As you can see, it's very nice, fluffy, it's pipeable. So you can pipe it on cupcakes. Why not?
We can add dark chocolate or milk chocolate to this cream cheese.
Yes, you can. I added white chocolate that you saw. I added that for stability. Okay. I like adding the white chocolate because it gives me a little stability. But if you want to change flavors, you can add white or dark or milk chocolate to it.
Storage and shelf life of it.
I would say it stores very well in an airtight box, or you can put it in a piping bag also. You can put it in the fridge for up to a week also. It stays well. When you want to use it, you can just, whisk it again and get it to this consistency. Okay, this goes in the fridge. Okay.
Emulsion can be used in place of chocolate, chef.
I don't understand what you mean by emulsion. What is emulsion? What emulsion? Huh? Color with essence. Emulsion is colored with essence. See, it won't substitute the chocolate. You can use color with the emulsion separately instead of the vanilla, but you have to use the chocolate. You can skip the chocolate also, guys. If you want to, you don't want the chocolate taste, and you can skip the chocolate also. You can just use the cream cheese with sugar and add it with the whipped cream. Okay. Any more questions?
What type of dark chocolate or milk chocolate if we want to replace?
Again, guys,
Quantity, sorry,
use
chef, quantity.
same quantity as the white chocolate. Same quantity. You can reduce the quantity a little bit. How much quantity have I mentioned here? You can reduce the quantity a little bit, but similar quantity. Okay.
Why
Good brands of white. Yeah, sorry.
um, good brand of white chocolate, also caster sugar and not icing sugar. Why caster sugar, not icing sugar?
Caster sugar, because caster sugar dissolves when you're whisking, and it's a very small amount. So caster sugar is fine when you're whisking for the cream cheese. It dissolves quite well. It's not like a huge amount that we are using for buttercream. So caster sugar is fine. And which brands of white chocolate you said?
Yes, chef.
So brands of white chocolate, again, I don't use Morde. I use 2M, which is a good white chocolate. And if that is not available, then Vanlier is also fine. You can go ahead and use Covacha white chocolate also, which is Van Houten or Calibu if you want. Okay. Okay, guys.
Substitute of chocolate for stability.
There's no substitute for chocolate for stability. So I'm adding chocolate because I want it to be a little more stable. This is a long class. I'm going to be using this to mix a lot of flavors to it. So that's why I'm adding chocolate. Like I said, you can skip the chocolate also. If you're using it as a filling, you can skip the chocolate and just use the cream cheese and the whipping cream. That's also completely fine, and it tastes very nice. So, but there's no substitute for chocolate for stability. If you want it to be stable, then I suggest you use chocolate. Okay.
Thank you, chef.
Okay. Another thing, guys, mascarpone vanilla bean mousse is something which is very similar to our cream cheese mousse frosting. So that I'm not showing you. It is mascarpone mousse and cream cheese. Cream cheese is mascarpone cheese and cream cheese are very, very similar in texture. So follow the similar in, method and the techniques, and you will get it right. So don't worry about that. If you have any doubt, you can always ask me. So I want to start with our paste now. I want to really start with the, let's start with Nutella first, one of my favorites. So I'm just getting my camera angle in place. Yeah. So for Nutella, you need to have an induction, or you can do it on a stove top also. And you have the recipe in front of you. You have hazelnuts. Use good quality hazelnuts. You get hazelnuts nowadays very, very easily at most of the baking shops. I got mine from Arif. And roast them very well. Huh? Oh, I don't know. Pistachio. For pistachio, I need. Okay. I'm not using that. Okay. So get me the NutriBullet. Huh. You have a chocolate to be melted. So guys, for this particular recipe, we need our roasted hazelnuts. We need some icing sugar, cocoa powder, and some melted chocolate. I'm using Van Houten chocolate. I'm just going to melt it right now. And you need to have your mixer ready, I'm using like a bullet mixer. You can use anything that you have at home to grind, make it into a paste. Get the hazelnut. Yeah. So hazelnuts are nice roasted. They've just been roasted in the oven. I roast them for around 10 minutes or 15 minutes at 100 degrees, 120 degrees is also fine. Till the time they give out a nice, beautiful, nutty aroma. Okay. And while they're still warm, I can smell the hazelnuts. Wow, I just love everything with hazelnuts. So while they are nice and warm, I will want to start pulsing them. As you know, any kind of nuts that we roast and we pulse them and grind them, they tend to leave oil, and that is what I want. Okay, so that it becomes a nice nut butter. I can smell the beautiful haze. So nice it's smelling. Okay, so it's going to be noisy, guys. So bear with me, okay? It's important that you just, after each interval, just keep stirring your mixture. This is how it's become at this point. It's already looking a little oily. It looks like it's going to leave oil anytime now. And when the nuts are warm, right? So they leave oil faster. And that is why I said that you can always take warm nuts. You can use almonds also in place. You can use half almonds, half hazelnuts also. See, it's turning a little oily. At this point, you will find it all clumpy, lumped up. But you have to just keep grinding it till it becomes a smooth paste and it leaves oil. Okay, so that it has become oily, but it is taking a little bit of time to turn into a paste. At this point, what you can do is add a little bit of oil to it. Oil is completely optional, guys. I'm adding sunflower oil, just a teaspoon, just completely optional. If you find that your mix is too dry, so now it's turned into a paste. Now at this point, completely up to you. If you want it to become a smoother paste, that is also fine. Or you can keep it nice and nutty like this, a little grainy, that is also fine. It tastes, in fact, very, very delicious. Okay, this looks good. Now's the time to start adding your icing sugar and your cocoa powder mix. Okay, this is my cocoa powder that is going in, icing sugar that's going in. This is already smelling so good. I can't even tell you. At this point, you can add a little bit of oil again. See, 2 to 3 teaspoons of oil is completely fine in this recipe. Just so that the mix is not too dry, we still have to add our melted chocolate to this. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this beauty. Your own pure homemade Nutella, which is just so nice, so pure, organic, full of hazelnuts. You can reduce the amount of sugar, guys. If you feel that you don't want to consume too much sugar, you can actually reduce the amount of sugar. This is just so heavenly. And at this point, you can add your melted chocolate. And this has enough oil to keep it very, so you can keep it out, no problem. Small spatulas. It's okay, I'll take this, no problem. Look at this Nutella. What a beauty. Add your chocolate. Chocolate just takes it to another level. The taste, it just enhances the taste of Nutella. So the chocolate is not overpowering at all. As you can see, I used a very small amount of chocolate. You can only taste hazelnuts here. You can add a bit of vanilla extract if you want to, but again, that's optional. If you want to keep it very, very nice and natural, don't use that. Look at this. And this is our Nutella. How I usually store this is, I just store it in a glass jar, and it stays out also very, very well. But if you want, you can keep it in your fridge, not a problem. It stays out at this consistency very well. Guys, come on, like this is something you all need to try. If not for your clients, at least for your family. Okay, so this is our Nutella, which is done. Can you remove the rest of it? Okay, any questions?
Which oil to use to make Nutella?
Sunflower oil is what I used. And if your hazelnuts are roasted very, very well, and so I think you won't need also oil. But sunflower oil is what I use, or any flavorless oil is fine. Canola oil is fine. Sunflower oil is fine.
What will be the shelf life if we're keeping it out?
If you're keeping it out, I think for a couple of weeks you can keep it out. And if you want to keep it longer, then you can keep it in the fridge. And for in the fridge, it stays much longer for up to a month, 2 months also it stays. That is if it lasts that long, if nobody eats that much.
Can we use icing sugar instead of castor sugar?
I did use icing sugar in this. Guys, please read your recipes. I used icing sugar in this.
Which brand of cocoa powder?
I am using Calibu cocoa powder. Use the best cocoa powder you can lay your hands on, because that is what will give a very good flavor. So use Calibu, use Van Houten.
Any refined oil?
Any refined oil? What questions are these? Like oil, I've again mentioned, I'm using sunflower oil, which is flavorless. Don't use a flavored oil like a peanut oil, groundnut oil, because that will give a groundnut flavor, right? Use a flavorless oil, which is like sunflower, canola. Okay. So I think this recipe is quite clear. Any questions?
Is that compound chocolate? And why do we need icing sugar here? We can use castor sugar only.
See, again, icing sugar is better because it blends easily. Okay, if you don't have icing sugar, you can go ahead and use castor sugar, but then you'll have to blend a lot more. So, and you will find a little grittiness in your Nutella. It won't be like a very, very fine paste. Okay, so I suggest use icing sugar. I think we as bakers should always have, a stock of icing sugar and castor sugar always at our disposal. So I don't understand when the recipe is calling for castor sugar, you guys are asking, can we use icing sugar? If it's calling for icing sugar, you're asking if you can use castor sugar. Stick to the recipe, and I'm sure it's going to turn out very well.
Is Nutella made using hazelnut praline for more flavorful and tasty, or both taste similar, chef?
Taste wise, yes, it will be slightly similar. Slight difference to rahega, because if you want to use hazelnut praline instead of roasted hazelnuts and this what I showed you, there will be a slight difference, but end of the day, it will taste very nice, and a slightly stronger caramelly taste. Here we did not want too much caramel because we are making Nutella and we wanted the star ingredient to be hazelnuts. Okay.
Can we
Is
omit
that it?
the sugar?
Sorry. You can omit the sugar totally. The only difference would be that firstly it won't be sweet because the amount of chocolate that I'm adding is very, very low, right? So if you can omit the sugar totally, you can try doing that. It will just be hazelnut butter mixed with a little cocoa powder then. So if you're okay with that, and you can add some melted chocolate. If you really don't want to consume sugar, you can try that. Why not? Okay. That has to stop.
Chocolate used for healthy cakes?
Sorry?
So for sugar-free Nutella, what can we add?
Sugar-free Nutella, I'm not teaching. Sorry, guys. I'm not teaching you sugar-free Nutella here. I'm teaching you a regular, normal, robust Nutella that we all eat. So you can really, just omit the sugar and try it. I'm sure it will taste nice with a little bit of sugar-free melted chocolate. That is the only idea that I can give you at this point.
How to add Nutella in our buttercreams?
We will be talking about it at the end of the class.
Is that a compound chocolate?
No, I'm only using couverture chocolate. I don't use compound. Only for white chocolate ganache, I use compound. So I'm using only white compound today, but all my dark chocolate things are couverture.
Thank you, chef.
Okay, thank you. Okay, guys. So moving on from Nutella to pistachio Nutella, which is like a different variation of Nutella. Of course, it contains pistachios. What I'm trying to show you is the procedure before we blend it. Okay. I won't be like wasting time blending it, but I'm showing you how we start. Okay, so let's start. So take your pan. I have roasted pistachios here. Can I have the sugar? Okay, just give me, we were going to just take it out of the jar. Anna, just give me the jar of sugar. Okay, so we have caster sugar here. I'm just starting my induction. It takes a little bit of time to start. So this is I'm just making a nice, beautiful caramel of my sugar. These are my pistachios, which are roasted. And if you can remove the skin after roasting, it'll be better. Take a heavy bottom pan, guys, so it becomes easier for you to make caramel. Heat 1 minute. You have to warm the pistachio Nutella also. Okay, so this is happening at a very low pace. Any questions till then? I can take them.
Roasting pista as same as hazelnut.
Yes, exactly same, guys. It's just a different variation, and the taste wise, of course, the taste very different. Pistachios are like different flavor altogether. So this is just a variation for you all. Be careful when you all are making caramel, okay? Because hot caramel really hurts. Takes the skin off.
How long in oven and what temperature to roast the pista?
At 100 degrees, 10 to 15 minutes is good. In case, you know your oven better. So in case you find that you are getting the beautiful aroma of pistachios before that, you can just remove them out of the oven. So I have a nice, beautiful color of caramel ready. Can you all see? At this point, I want to add my pistachios, make sure they are well coated. Now, of course, I'm making a very small batch because I've already made a batch for you all. Make sure they're nicely coated with your caramel. You have your seal pad ready, or you can have a parchment paper ready and remove it on the seal pad. Make sure that you're not touching them directly. And now this needs to cool completely. So this is a variation that we are making with pistachios. We call it pistachio Nutella. You can use it for different purposes, different flavors of cakes. So now once this cools down, guys, it's going to go in the your grinder mixer or your NutriBullet, exactly how I was doing right now with the hazelnuts. Okay. So exactly that way, you're going to blitz it in the grinder and let it become a paste. Once it becomes a paste, you will see that it comes to this consistency. This is what I have already made. This is my pistachio, which I have just, we just, ground it to a paste. This is our pistachio praline, which we ground to a paste. And this is the consistency that we got. How beautiful. Yeah, it's just fine. And to this, you add your melted chocolate. Exactly how I added to my hazelnut paste, the Nutella. And this is the and this is what we get. I'm not adding this, guys, because I have already made it for you. But this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to show you the procedure that the procedure which was important. You've already seen the Nutella procedure. So I'm not adding more white chocolate to that particular praline. Now, again, you can use the praline as it is, or you can make a nice white chocolate pistachio praline paste, just like this. Exactly how I made the Nutella. Add the melted and cooled white chocolate, and this is what it becomes. And it is amazing. Tastes so good and so different from hazelnut. So, in case you're doing a different flavored cake, for example, like a rose flavored cake, a rose and pistachio flavored cake, this is something which will go very beautifully. You can fill it in your tarts. You can mix it with your buttercreams. And this gives you another beautiful flavor. Okay. Any questions so far? Why is that their window? That is our window only, Arif.
Kovacha chocolate isn't available in Ludhiana. What else can we use?
You can use compound, guys. So see, I insist on using Kovacha because that is the best thing to do. But if you are unable to get your hands, I understand that white Kovacha is very difficult to find. You can, dark Kovacha, dark chocolate Kovacha is easier to find. So I understand that. So use white compound, not a problem at all. Use milk Kovacha also with this. That will also go well. So use what is available. So again, there's no force on there's no so there's no force at all कि नहीं Kovacha use करना है कहीं से भी लाओ. Not a problem. It's okay. I understand that white Kovacha is not available easily. So in that case, use compound. Not a problem. Okay.
Why make a praline in pista recipe?
Just so that the tastes are different. This is also a way that you can make your Nutella. I just wanted to show you two different ways. That's all. So if you want, you can make your Nutella with hazelnuts also the same way. Instead of adding icing sugar separately, you can make a praline, a hazelnut praline, and then blitz it in the in your grinder. That is also a way of doing it. The only reason I didn't do it is because I feel that I wanted the roasted hazelnut flavor to come out. So these were two different ways. I'm showing you two different ways. Choose your own way. Yes.
Did you add any oil while blending it?
The Nutella, yes, I did add 2 teaspoons of oil. For this also, you can add a little oil. I don't think I added it because they were quite warm when I was blitzing them and when I was grinding them. So if the nuts are hot, they lose oil much easier and much faster. Okay.
Icing sugar and cocoa powder are to be used in pistachio Nutella as well.
No, I have given you the pistachio Nutella recipe. Okay, I will suggest please read it. And once you read the recipe and then you see this recording, now you'll be seeing the recording to refer for the recipe. You will understand that I'm not using anything that I've not mentioned in the ingredients in the recipe. Hmm. Okay.
While making this Nutella with praline, we should how should we add normal amount of sugar since we are adding sugar in praline?
I didn't get your question. What Nutella are you adding? You are talking about. If you're talking about pistachio Nutella, then I've already I'm using caramelized sugar, right? I'm not adding any extra sugar apart from the caramel that you just saw. Okay, I hope I'm clear with the answer. And you can ask me this question again. You can rephrase it and ask me the question again. Any more questions?
We need to make this with almond. Do we need to
Huh?
remove the almond seeds before roasting it?
Almond skin, do you mean? No, you don't have to remove almond skin. You can just roast it exactly how I roasted the pistachios and the hazelnuts. Just make it exactly the way you want to. Either you want to do a chocolate Nutella like the hazelnut one, you can use almonds for that. If you want to use it in like a praline and white chocolate, you can use it. You can substitute it with the pistachios. Okay.
If we want to roast pistachio on stove, do we need to?
Hmm.
It should be on low or a high temperature.
Firstly, on stove, I feel that there will be spots, there will be those heat spots which will come on your uh, nuts. That is why I don't suggest roasting it on a stove. If you are, then you have to be very, very careful. You have to constantly keep an eye on your on the nuts that you're roasting and at the lowest heat and in a heavy bottom pan or a kadhai.
Can we add dried rose petals while doing praline?
Wow, that's such a good idea. Wow, I love it. Absolutely, you can. I mean, that would be such a exotic flavor. Just imagine dried rose petals with your pistachio Nutella. Very good. Yes, you can. Why not? You can just now go crazy with all the additions that you want to add. You can just add anything.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay, next. Okay, great. So, moving on to our next recipe, which is orange caramel. Orange caramel, we are just moving away from the classic caramel, making it all orangey. So, let's see how we do it. For that, I'm using orange juice. No, if possible, guys, always use fresh juices. So, this is orange juice. If you cannot get your hands on fresh orange juice, then of course you can use like what real. We want to make it as flavorful as possible. So this is caster sugar. Okay, once again, this is caster sugar. I think, given everything very clearly in the recipe PDF. So just have a look.
Chef, can you check your WhatsApp one?
Okay. Okay, Ishita, no problem.
Okay, chef.
Am I visible, guys? Okay. So the procedure that we are doing here is, so, there are a lot of methods available. You must be already making, some of you all must be already making your, caramel sauces. So there is always a dry method and a wet method. I'm using the wet method where I've already mixed the orange juice with my caster sugar. Okay, I'm just going to let it dissolve. I have some, orange peels, these dried orange peels that you get. Uh, I have these. So for some enhanced orangey flavor, this is the orange peel that I'm using. You get it very easily at any baking supply shop again. These are very commonly used for your plum cakes and so for during Christmas. So this is what I had. So why not use it, right? For a nice, stronger orangey flavor. So if you're thinking, where can you use this orange caramel? The uses are huge. Chocolate and orange go very, very well together. Dark chocolate, orange, anywhere that you want to add a nice citrusy caramelly flavor, you can use orange caramel. You can use this as a filling. What I would do is I would layer my cakes with this particular sauce, because once I prepare it, after the preparation and it is set in the fridge, it becomes nice and thick. So now our sugar is melted, and now we are boiling it. I will boil it once till a few minutes, for a few minutes, till the sugar starts changing its color. You will see that the sugar changes its color quite fast after a point. But for a few minutes initially, you have to be a little patient because it takes time. Once you see a nice dark orange color, you will see that the sugar will change color very, very fast after that. But I know it will be a little difficult because we've already taken orange juice for that, and it already looks a little yellowish. I'm looking for a dark orange color here, guys. I have my butter. I have my fresh cream. Fresh cream again, I'm using Amul. We need more color. You can add your orange bits. It will get caramelized. Give a little bit of flavor also. You can totally skip this part also, okay? But I feel that if you're making orange caramel, then this is a good addition. The pans are so good. Thank you. Again, heavy bottom pan is what helps here so that your caramel doesn't burn very quickly. Need more color. I can smell the orangey thing now. Nice and orangey. I think it's smelling that because of the peels that I put. You can totally skip the part, or you can remove the peels later, guys. If you feel that you don't want to taste the peels in your caramel sauce. See, it's because of the peels that I'm smelling it, and I can smell the orange flavor so distinctly. Becoming nice and dark now. At this point, keep your butter and your cream ready. Yeah, put in the fridge. And even the SMBC, if it needs to be put. Sure. This is good. Don't put, keep it here only. Yeah. So this is a nice, beautiful dark orange color that we're looking for. In goes our butter. And now goes your cream. Be careful when you add the cream. You can switch off the gas. What I mean was you can switch off the stove. Switch it on again. Let it come to a boil. You can boil it further. Also, guys, this is of course a very pale color. You can cook your sugar and your juice further and get it to a nice dark amber color. Acha, okay. Okay, guys, there's a small little bit of correction to be made in the recipe. There's a misprint. So the heavy, this is the old thing that you got. So he's already made changes to the new one. Check. On your phone only it must be there. You can cook it a little further. Once it cools down, it will become nice and thick. I'm not. Okay. Then I'll send you now. Okay, at this point, you can add a little bit of sea salt. This definitely needed a little more color. So I think my bad that I put the butter a little too quickly. But it will taste amazing. Trust me on that. A little more color would have been nice, but that's okay. You at this point you can add a little bit of sea salt, and you can also add a little bit of if you have orange extract at hand, you can add a little bit of orange extract to make it more orangey. Yeah. So because of all the lights and all that falling, I think I misjudged. You could you at what you can do is to get more color is to get it to the nice caramel color, cook it a little more, 5 more minutes of the caramel. Cook the caster sugar and your orange juice. And let it sit at room temperature and let it cool down, and you can transfer it to in a glass bowl or a glass jar, and you can put it in the fridge. That's it. So this is what I had in my fridge. Okay. So 5 more, I think 3 to 4 more minutes on the, cooking more, you will get this color. So this is good. So this will also eventually turn to this particular shade, this particular consistency. And at this point, you can add, if you have orange blossom water or orange blossom extract or orange extract, you can add that to this for that extra bit of flavor, and you're good to go. Okay, Ishita, are you back?
Yes, chef.
Okay. Any questions?
Can we use brown sugar instead of castor sugar for more caramelized color?
Yes, definitely you can use brown sugar. I was going to come to that. So what you can use, yes, you can use brown sugar.
And the quantity will remain same, chef?
Yes, it will be the same. Just substitute the caster sugar with brown sugar.
Good combination for orange caramel.
Like I said, orange goes very well with dark chocolate cakes. Dark chocolate is a very good combination. Then you can use it in any of your fruity flavored cakes also, if you want to layer it with any of your fruity flavored cakes. Orange के साथ I feel raspberry, orange caramel, all these things go very well together. So yeah, use it with this. White chocolate and orange caramel will also taste very nice. So if you're using a vanilla base, you can use your orange caramel with that, along with any other frosting that you want to. That will also actually go very well. Yeah.
Can we
Okay.
add orange zest to the orange caramel sauce?
Yes, yes, yes. Please do add the zest. Some zest was already added to the orange juice that I was using, but instead of the orange peels, you can use the orange zest, or you can use both together. It'll be very, very flavorful. Okay.
Can we use thermometer for this orange caramel process?
Why do you want to use thermometer for this? I've not mentioned any temperatures for this. So if you want, you can use.
After
Okay.
later, do we have to whisk it?
No, you don't have to whisk this. This is like a sauce consistency, a very thick sauce. You don't have to whisk it. You just have to maybe let it come to a little bit to a room temperature before using it. You can layer it on your cake sponges as a filling, and then put any kind of frosting. You can add it to any kind of frosting. You can add it to your buttercreams also to make it a caramel buttercream, orange caramel buttercream. If you can whip it up with your ganache also. Okay.
Thank you, chef.
All right. Okay, guys. So our next recipe that we will do is lemon curd. Now, lemon curd is something which I really, really love. Lemon curd is, again, a very versatile kind of filling and a frosting. It is actually a filling. What we are doing today is we are making the lemon curd not as a sauce. We are completely, letting it set and then we are whisking it. But what you can also do is cook it a little less. And while I'm cooking it, I will show you the consistency, and you can use it as a sauce, which again you can use to layer your cakes, fill in your cupcakes, and it tastes very amazing, nice and lemony. For this, you will need a lemon extract too, because sadly, the lemons that we get here locally, the Indian lemons, are not so strong in flavor and not so flavorful like the maybe the Amalfi lemons and the European lemons that we see, nice and big and so flavorful, so juicy. Even the Gondoraj lemons that you get, some parts of India that you get, they're also very, very good. So if you're using, if you can get your hands on those kind of lemons, use that for your lemon curd, because it gives a very beautiful flavor of lemon. Okay, so let's move on. Again, we need our gas tops, our induction top for this. Okay, what we need here is our fresh lemon juice. Then we have our cornstarch, which is our corn flour, and our caster sugar. So I'm adding caster sugar. I have not switched on the heat first. I'm just adding these. Use fresh lemon zest also for this recipe. That's also good. Can you get me lemon zest? I'm just mixing them. And now I'm adding the milk. So guys, don't worry about the milk curdling. There will be no curdle here because we have added other ingredients also. And we are going to be whisking this. I have some fresh lemon, so I will be zesting some and putting it later. This just needs to be rinsed. I put lemon juice in it by mistake. Okay. And now we start the heat on very, very low flame. You need to make sure that you are whisking it and, whisking it constantly. We don't want it to curdle at all. For that, you can use like a wire whisk. Also, because we are making lemon curd, it's important. And lemon curd originally and traditionally are made with egg yolks, okay? And because now again this is another recipe that we are trying to mimic. We want to give it the flavor and the texture and the look of the egg-based recipe. And the original recipe authentically looks very beautiful yellow. It has a beautiful, nice pale yellow color. So of course I'm going to add a little bit of color to this, because come on guys, lemon curd which is not yellow will not look appetizing to me. So just adding a little bit, just a bit of, like just a drop of lemon yellow color. A gel paste is what I'm using. Okay, now it looks like a good, authentic recipe. At this point, I'm going to add, you can add some lemon extract too. I have a nice fab lemon extract. Like I said, our lemons here are not very, very flavorful. For that reason, we add extracts and things like that. As you can see, this is on very low flame. The milk has not curdled and it's now starting to thicken. And that is why it's important that we whisk it. At this point, I'm going to switch off the flame and add the, do you have butter for this? At this point, we're going to add some butter to it. Just give me the packet. How beautifully smooth it is. Look at this. That's our butter. Goes in. Give it a shine. This butter is what gives it a shine. So this is the consistency that you would want if you want to use it as a sauce. Okay. If you want to whisk it later and use it in a frosting, cook it like just for 2 minutes more on a very low flame. How beautiful is this? Just look at this. I can just smell lemons and lemons and lemons. And at this point, I will add some zest. Wow, the lemons just add so much flavor. I mean, I wish you could smell it right now. People who love lemons and, you know, lemon flavored cakes and days just like me, I love them. Y'all are going to love this. So at this point, what you can do is remove it from heat. And pour it in a glass jar. This stays well for up to a week in the fridge. This has to go in the fridge. Okay, now at this point, you want to put a cling wrap over it. Cling wrap. Cling wrap. Cling wrap. Yeah. So guys, this is our caramel which we cooked further because we wanted a darker color. This was cooking for like the last 5 minutes and this is the color. So just in case you missed the bus like I did, like you add the butter too quickly like I did today in your caramel sauce, you can just cook it a little further and it will come to a nice color. Okay. This is one thing. Coming back to our lemon curd, it's important that you cling it while it's hot only because what will happen? A skin starts forming on top. And now let it cool down. And once it's cool, you can put it in the fridge and you can just whisk it again once it's cool you can keep it in the fridge and use it how you want it. Okay. Okay, guys, that was our beautiful lemon curd. coming back to our next recipe. Any questions for lemon curd? Any questions, guys? I can't.
Whipped cream.
Sorry.
Can we mix it with whipped cream?
Yes, I will be showing you that. So right now I've just made it and I've kept it to cool. You can mix it with your whipped cream, especially with your cream cheese mousse. It tastes amazing. You can mix it with your buttercream, and yeah, the uses are huge. Okay.
Can we use this recipe for mango curd also?
Yes, you can use it for your mango curd. Okay, so now coming to uses, quickly answering lemon curd, just the way you made lemon curd, you can make orange curd, you can make mango curd, you can make passion fruit curd. The possibilities are huge. So use your imagination. I suggest use it. These things taste well with more of these fruity and more of these citrusy kind of flavors. So try those out first. Definitely try the lemon curd because that's my favorite. It's so amazing. It's so lemony. Tastes so well with those, lemon and blueberry kind of cakes and raspberry cakes and just yummy. So yeah, use all those. Only thing that you have to remember is that the consistency of the liquid that you're adding. I added lemon juice. You can add orange juice for orange curd. You can add passion fruit juice for passion fruit curd. But for mango, you will have to actually thin down the mango juice or the amras that we'll be using because, or organically, mango will not give out such a thin juice. So you'll have to thin it down with water and use it. Okay.
Where can we buy this lemon zester? Is it available at RA?
You search on Amazon, definitely you can get this zester on Amazon. I don't remember where I got it from. I think I got it from Amazon.
Is the lemon juice concentrated or should we add water to it? If so, what would be the proportion of water?
No, lemon juice is concentrated. You are using full lemon juice from, I think, 4 to 5 lemons, nice, juicy, big lemons. So no, you don't have to dilute it with water. Why would you dilute it with water? You want full aroma of the lemons, right? Okay.
We add this to AMC.
ABC. Yes, you can add it to American buttercream, which is ABC. You can add it to Swiss meringue buttercream also. But you have to, I will be talking about the consistencies. You cannot add anything which is too runny to all of these frostings. So I will be talking about them after this part.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to our berry jam, which is very, very simple. I need lemon also. Just that lemon and the zest also, zester. So what we are using here are a mix of raspberries and strawberries. You can use any kind of berries that you want to. Okay. Thank you. Keep this. Okay, so what we have done is I have not completely pureed these berries. I have left them semi pieces in these small pieces because what's going to happen is it's going to eventually get all dissolved. But now, if you want to use this jam to be mixed with your frostings and you want to pipe it, then I suggest that you puree the entire berries and make it into like a juice. You can also make it seedless by sieving it. You puree it and you sieve it and you just, filter out all the seeds if you want a very, very smooth jam. Okay, so this is our berries. These are our mixed berries. This is what I'm going to use for our strawberry frosting. So if we have our berry, we have our caster sugar, and we have some fresh lemon also, which I'll be putting now. You can put some lemon zest here. add a nice fresh aroma. This is a very, very quick kind of a jam, you know. And trust me, when you start making this, it's like a coolie. It's like a compote. You can use it for your cakes, bakes. You can swirl it in your cakes, cupcakes. You can use it. You can just eat it just for your breakfast, also with your bread. We don't now in my family, in my house, we don't actually get any kind of jam from outside because this is such an easy thing. I always have some frozen berries. So a quick compote. Whenever I'm making this thing for my cakes, I always make it extra and my family loves it. And this stays very well for up to a few weeks in the fridge. In the fridge, it will just stay very, very well for 2 to 3 to even 4 weeks. Such a versatile, such a good recipe that you can actually just cook it. You can make it a little loose, a little runny according to your desired use. You can make it very, very stiff. If I want to add it to any of my frostings, you have to keep in mind that you are making this very, very dry. You know, you're cooking up all the water. So that is all that you have to take care. Later, once this is done. This pan doesn't work. No, no, no. No, it's okay. Any questions we have, Ishita, while this is cooking?
Can we use bottled lemon juice as well?
You can, but honestly, I've never used it because I always have some fresh lemons in the house. So, you know, it's always better to have fresh lemons, but you use that very often, you can use it. Not a problem. That should be not with sugar, okay? The bottled lemon juice that you're talking about should not have sugar in it.
These are frozen berries, right, Chef?
Yes, these are frozen berries because at present in Bombay, we don't have access to a lot of fresh berries, and the fresh berries that are there, they are very, very expensive. So frozen is always better.
Brand of frozen berries?
There is no brand. I mean, you can just get in touch with your local vendor. If you want, if people who are in Bombay, I will give you the name and the number for one guy who gives me frozen berries. They are called agrophonics. So you can actually check it out. Agrophonics. AGROPHONICS. Coffee. In fact, coffee, I use the bigger one. Yeah. Coffee I should have made, no? Keep that milk with the coffee and just mix it and let it cool down. And I'll just brew some in front of them. Ishita, if you can find the agrophonics page, so that will be good for them, right? You can send them the link. They have a lot of good frozen berries. They have blueberries, raspberries, Indian blueberries also, Mahabaleshwar strawberries, all frozen. Do we have some cut lemon? Cut lemon. Yeah, just cut lemon. I'll just squeeze some. Smells amazing. Lemon again is a very important part of this particular jam or any kind of compote that you're making. It acts as a preservative. So never skip that. I'm adding lemon now. I've added some zest also, and it smells just so out of the world. You know, these small things and all these pastes and the sauces that we are doing, they will come in so handy for you. I do hope that they do. And that's the reason this workshop was actually curated. You can use this as a, once this cools down, you can use this as a filling one to layer your cakes. You can make these kind of compotes in small proportions and keep it in your fridge. You can, so that way, you know, you don't have to spend so much money on buying these ready-made compotes, which are actually just plain sugar. Like if you buy the blueberry compote, are there even blueberries in that? I mean, these things I'm saying only, in cases where you get these berries easily. Like strawberries in India are easily available. They're not very expensive also. So yeah, do at least make the strawberry compote and always have it handy. So I am cooking it further. At this point, you can actually skip it. You can actually take it off the heat once it starts coating your spatula like this. Because what will happen is it's going to thicken. Once it cools down also, it will thicken. But I want to cook it further, and I want to make it very, very, stiff, because I want to add it to my frostings. So that's the only difference. When you want to add these kind of things to your frostings, you have to make sure that they are not runny at all. Because if you add anything with any extra moisture or anything which is runny, it just totally changes the consistency of your frostings. Okay, so this is my beautiful, beautiful compote. At this point, you can churn it. I have a small quantity which is made, which is already churned and doesn't have these pieces. At this point, you can just churn it to make it smooth, and you can cook it further. And this is my beautiful, beautiful berry jam. Look at the color, guys. Okay. Any questions regarding this, Ishita?
Quantity of lemon juice, 2 tablespoons or 2 teaspoons?
2 tablespoons, as I've written. You can reduce the quantity if you're halving the recipe. I have made half the recipe. So just follow the recipe. Yes, you can definitely add or reduce the amount of sugar according to your own taste. Okay, this particular jam is very, very low on sugar. So you can add or deduct according to your taste. Okay, next.
We do not require pectin here.
No, we don't require pectin because we are not keeping it for a very long time. This particular thing, it stays well in the fridge for up to 2 to 3 weeks. So you don't require pectin.
Can you suggest a person who delivers to Delhi or NCR?
I really don't know, but I will find out. And if I find out, I will ask my friends. If I do find out, what I will do is I will put it up on my stories. So guys, you have to follow me. If you're following me, you will definitely see that. So I will ask some of my friends who are based in Delhi, and I will put it up in the stories.
Thank you, Chef.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, guys. So with this, we are done with our paste. Now let's move on to our buttercream, flavored buttercreams. Now for the flavored buttercreams, what I'm doing is I am doing a coffee. I'm brewing some coffee to do a coffee flavored SMDC. Okay, so to do a coffee flavored SMDC, I'm going to brew some coffee. It's very simple. Yeah, thank you so much. And that's okay. You're giving me the milk, right? Okay. So we are doing coffee flavored buttercream. I am doing this in SMBC because I felt that, you know, it's a good way to do it. It's a good way to incorporate some flavors. For the chai flavor, I will be brewing the chai, and you will do it exactly the way that I'm doing the coffee. So I won't be making an entire batch of masala chai buttercream, but I will be making the coffee buttercream. And I'm just showing you how. You already have that measured, the coffee here. Guys, just give me a moment. Okay, I'm just going to take like a 1 minute break because I need to clean this thing here. Okay, Ishita, I'll be back after 2 minutes.
Sure, sure.
I'm just muting myself and start. Hi guys. Hello. Hello, hello.
Aisha.
Okay. Okay, guys. So we are making a coffee flavored Swiss meringue buttercream. Okay. Very simple. Once you get the drift of it, you can do a lot of flavors. You can do a masala chai also. I'll be brewing the masala chai for you, and then I will tell you how to do it. Okay. So let's start with the coffee flavored SMBC. I've already made the vanilla flavored SMBC for you. Now, these are some flavors which can be infused very well in a buttercream. So we are doing this. Okay. So for this, we need, you have the ingredients in front of you. Okay. You can actually have those ingredients also. That is what I will be doing today. I have my butter. I have my butter, which is again softened, but not almost melting. They are just the right consistency. Now for this particular flavor, what I want to do is, I have mentioned that the milk, the water is at least 50 ml. Okay. Now you want to reduce it. Now I've written that you have to reduce, you have to brew the milk and water together. But what I'm doing here is, you can either do that, or what you can do is just brew the coffee separately. Okay. And then mix it with your water, because I feel that is giving a very, very strong taste. This is just 50 ml. Water. Mix with coffee. This is instant coffee, guys. I'm using Nescafe. And I like to make, I'm brewing it little stronger because it is going to get mixed up with it is going to get mixed with your other flavors. It's going to mix in your buttercream. So you want it little stronger. Any questions we have, Ishita? You can keep giving me the questions so that we keep answering them as we go. Ishita, you there? So I'm reducing this coffee concoction. Okay, I'm reducing it to almost like 1/5 of it, like almost till it becomes very, very little, like 10 ml. And you want to cool it. I already have some very strong coffee concoction here like this. This was also made, cooked. So the idea is that the total milk that you need is 100 ml. Okay, the total so the total liquid that you're using in this recipe is 100 ml. So accordingly, I'm going to add milk to it. Okay, this is how it becomes. This coffee concoction, when you boil it in water with so much coffee, it becomes nice and thick. So good coffee flavor it gives. How much we are taking? 50. So I'm just measuring the milk. I've written the entire liquid should be 100 ml. And that is what I'm doing. I'm adding the coffee separately. Okay, so this may look a little strong to you, but trust me, when it mixes into other ingredients, it won't be. You can, of course, reduce the amount of coffee that you want to use. Ishita, are you there?
Yes, chef.
Okay, any questions that we have, we can take it while we are going so that we have answered everything.
Not yet, chef.
Okay, great.
Milk and coffee together is
Yeah.
100 ml or milk is just 100 ml?
Okay, guys. So the entire amount of liquid, that is the milk, which comes together is 100 ml. Okay. So what I have done is I have not boiled the milk with the coffee powder, just like I mentioned, and reduced it. In fact, I've just made it easier for you. Okay. If you want, I will make those corrections in this recipe and I will send it to you. I have just brewed the coffee in a little bit of water and I have made a very, very strong coffee concoction and then I've added to the milk. What you can also do is just cook coffee in your milk and just boil it till it reduces. That can also be done, but then you'll have to cool that down. Okay. This is one way of doing it. So I have my coffee ready. I have my whey protein, which I'm going to mix with the icing sugar. Once again, getting my hand mixer on. Start whisking your butter. So this way, you will now know, guys, that how to add flavors to your Swiss meringue buttercream by flavoring the liquid. This is whipped. Now this coffee goes in the sugar, icing sugar. Make sure there are no lumps in this liquid. And start the whisking process. Putting. Add fast. Whatever is there, add. Wow. Guys, if only you could smell this coffee. It has something on my phone screen.
Chef, your video.
Okay, sorry. Can you see me now?
Yes, chef.
Okay. Like this coffee flavored SMBC is like the best thing. For coffee lovers, you'll I just don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like I'm sitting in Starbucks right now. It is so beautiful, nice, and look at the color also. Okay, so this is your coffee SMBC. You can add this concoction to your white chocolate ganache also, but again, you have to make sure that it is not very runny. It has to be very thick. Coffee. Okay. So this is our coffee flavored SMBC, which is nice and just like coffee. So the next that I want to do is the masala chai. Again, we are doing it in SMBC because I feel that that's the best way to incorporate a masala chai flavor in your frostings or your cakes. So I'm just going to be brewing a nice masala chai for you, but I'm not going to be making the entire SMBC because the procedure remains the same, just like the coffee one. Okay, so I'm brewing the chai for you and making, you can just have a look how it is done. The liquid should come up to 100 ml, the same way that we did coffee. The masala chai ingredient. So I'm brewing this for you and you can just have a look. This is this liquid goes into our masala chai frosting. Of course, you need a nice, good, strong chai patti. You can add or reduce the chai patti according to your own, palate. Adding some lemongrass. You can again add a little bit of water instead of the entire quantity of milk if you want, or you can brew your chai in the milk. That's also fine. We have some nice masala for the chai. Who all love a good masala tea? We have some ginger. We have some cardamom, some cinnamon, clove. We are having a masala chai party. Again, you make sure that the color at least, is good. You want a nice strong color so that when it gets mixed with all the ingredients, it gives a nice color to your buttercream. And kesar elaichi. All that we are doing. Okay. Right. Nice, beautiful. What an aroma of masala chai. So masala chai frostings, if any of y'all are wondering where we can use it, you can use it in your maybe a vanilla flavored cake would be good with masala frosting. masala chai frosting. Your Indian flavored cakes would be good. Just try it out. I have read somewhere that a nice cinnamon flavored cake also tastes very nice with masala chai frosting. This is like a very trendy frosting. The flavors are very, very trendy. Masala chai, lavender, all these are new flavors, so you'll have to experiment a little bit. Maybe with a apple and cinnamon cake, if you're making, you can try a masala chai frosting. Just a cinnamon swirl cake, if you're making, you can use a masala chai frosting. You can use Earl Grey. Like Earl Grey is something which is very, very, loved in most parts of Europe, especially London. And Earl Grey frosting is something people love with their Earl Grey cakes, Earl Grey flavors. So I think this is a good enough color for us, for our chai, if you all can see. So this chai will be now strained, and we will see if it's coming up to 100 ml. If not, you can add a little bit of milk to that and let it cool and use it the same way like we use the coffee for our buttercream. Okay, you know how to make the Swiss meringue buttercream now. So moving on to the Swiss meringue buttercream, I want to now start with our kesar elaichi ganache, which is something which a lot of you have actually loved when I put up the reels. So let's do a kesar elaichi ganache and see how you all like it. Okay.
Other than buttercream, can we add in whipped cream?
What you can add in whipped cream? I didn't get your question. So you want to add see, I am adding masala chai as a flavor because I have so much of liquid, so I can flavor that liquid. I'm trying to tell you that this is how you can flavor the liquid that you're using in your SMBC. But how can you add this particular liquid to your whipped cream? So I don't get your question. I wouldn't be able to add this particular flavor to whipped cream because whipped cream is something you cannot add a lot of runny kind of additives, right? So this is a ganache that I'm making. Okay, now how I'm flavoring the ganache is what I'm going to be showing you. Okay, this is a white chocolate ganache that I'm making, and I'm making this in 3.5 is to 1 proportion because that is the consistency that I'm looking for. Now here, I will not just warm the cream. I'm going to infuse flavors to it. Now, as my cream starts heating up, give me the saffron extract also. I'm going to start adding the saffron. And I have some elaichi. That foil, no? There is one elaichi. You can add some elaichi powder to it also. No, elaichi powder, no? Yeah. Oh, got it. So I'm just adding a little bit of elaichi. You can add some elaichi powder, like I said. So your saffron will start losing, infusing color in your cream. Now, Keep stirring, guys. Now, everybody's saffron that you'll use is different. Everybody's saffron strength is different. If you want, you can add a little bit of color. I'm adding some saffron extract. Okay, this is pure saffron. This is by Fab. Gives out, just brings out the aroma of saffron. Aroma is beautiful. Like, it's like, you know, somebody's making. Okay, recording started. Okay. So this is like I was saying, this smells like somebody's making some beautiful saffron flavored desserts in the house. Let it cook. If you have a very, very good saffron, which gives out a good color, all the more better. But if your saffron doesn't give out very strong color, that's also okay. You can add a bit of color to this particular thing, because come on, guys, it is lemon. What is a saffron flavored dessert without the color, right? But at the end of it, we know that we are adding a lot of saffron for the flavor. You can add as much as you want to. Look how beautiful it looks. Yeah? And when you frost your cakes with this, and the strands that you will see when you're frosting, they will just add to the beauty of the cake. Now I can think of so many Indian colors, Indian flavors, sorry, that you know, you can, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Give me 3 bowls. Okay, they're here. Can you see me?
Yes, sure.
Just adding a drop of color to enhance the color of the saffron frosting. The rest all is pure saffron. Nothing but pure saffron. Beautiful. Can you see it? Again, this is my cream. I'm going to make the ganache the same way that I did. How did I make the ganache? I am going to warm the chocolate, which I already have. I have some melted white chocolate here. And now I'm adding this to my melted white chocolate. The proportion remains 3:1, guys. Okay. How to hold this? One second. And this becomes my saffron and elaichi ganache. Beautiful, flavorful. I will just remove that elaichi. Of course, nobody likes the elaichi, but people love the taste, the flavor of it. Smells so festive, you know. Wow, amazing. This is our saffron and elaichi ganache. Now I'm going to treat it the same way. This will go, this will cool down, and this will be set before being whipped up to use, or you can just use it the way you want to without whipping it also. We can just cling wrap it right now. Any questions? Ishita, do we have any questions?
Yes, chef.
Okay,
Cream should be
tell
cooked
me.
at low heat.
Very low heat. Very, very low heat. At the lowest possible heat, you should be cooking your cream. Okay.
Chef, other than buttercream, can we add this coffee concoction
Concoction.
to
Huh?
whipped cream?
I really cannot answer about whipped cream because I am not teaching whipped cream at all. Coffee concoction, you can mix a little bit of coffee concoction because end of the day it's liquid. You're adding liquid to your cream, right? You can add it and you can see how well your cream takes it. I do not work with whipped cream, so I cannot answer that question. If you want to add coffee, you can just add dry powder to your cream while you're whipping it up. So that also, it's a good idea to do that. So I think that's a good idea. While you're whipping up your whipped cream, you can just add a lot of coffee powder and whip it with the uh, whipping hand mixer. Okay.
Can we use this saffron ganache as filling between the cake sponge?
Of course, that's the reason we are going to talk about more about the usages of these cake sponges, but usages of these fillings and these frostings. But this is a very versatile frosting. What I can think of is you can use it as a filling between your cakes, your Indian flavored cakes like your rasmalai cakes and your gulab jamun cakes. And if you make gulab jamun cakes, but I think this will go very beautifully with a rasmalai cake. And once it whips up, you can actually mix this take this whipped ganache and mix it with a little bit of whipped cream. You can do all those mix and match things because now you have so many frostings ready, right? You have SMBC, you have ABC, you have cream cheese mousse. This will mix very beautifully with cream cheese mousse also. So, all these things go very well together. So, yes, this can be used as a filling, as a frosting outside on your cakes. You can also, make truffles out of it. I feel truffles is a very, very nice idea. Truffles are nothing but rolled ganache chocolates. So, if any of y'all are into hamper making and all, and especially now in the festivals, we have Ganpati coming, Raksha Bandhan, you can use this as a truffle. So set it and just take it out and roll it into little small balls and coat it with maybe white chocolate or coconut and pistachios. So the ideas are huge. The usages are so huge. Okay, next.
On gas, the cream may burn.
Hmm.
So,
Okay.
what do we do then?
Mm, what I would suggest is take a microwave safe bowl, a glass bowl, and keep warming your cream in the microwave at 30-second bursts. I think that's a good idea. Or if you have an induction stove top, then it's a very good option. Otherwise, do it in the microwave. So after each burst, let it boil, let the flavor infuse, and once it comes to your desired color and flavor, when you can smell the aroma of saffron, that time you can just stop it.
In white chocolate ganache, whatever flavor we want, we can infuse fresh cream itself. We can infuse.
Yes, that's the idea of showing you few flavors with white chocolate ganache. That how are we infusing flavors? We are not just adding color. Like for strawberry, I'm not just adding pink color and a strawberry essence and calling it a strawberry flavored ganache, right? This is how we are infusing flavors. So that's, you got it right. This is how we infuse flavors. Infuse it in the cream itself and then add it to the ganache.
Have you used Amul cream or heavy cream?
Yes,
Because the
Amul.
consistency of cream looks very thick to me.
Amul cream is what I've used. Amul cream, that blue Tetra pack that I get. So now this will set and this will become nice and, fluffy consistency. You can whip it up. Okay.
Can it be turned to a mousse?
Yes, why not? Like I said, you can mix this with whipped cream. I just mentioned that mix this with whipped cream and it becomes nice and moussey. We have our cream cheese frosting now. It's in the fridge. So you can mix this with your cream cheese frosting also, and it gives a very nice frosting.
Till what time we should cook the cream?
Till you actually get the desired flavor, the desired aroma. Like, I stopped cooking the cream once I saw that I had the good flavor, I had the exact aroma of the saffron. So not too much, you don't have to cook it too much, but exactly just enough till you get a good aroma and the flavor. Okay.
You mixed with spoon after adding melted
Mhm.
white chocolate as
Yeah.
it was a small batch.
Yes.
Can we hand mix or hand blender
Of
to
course you
transfer
can.
the
This is,
batch?
of course you can. Like I said it, I told you this right at the start of the class, that you can use a hand mixer. I'm using smaller batches right now, so that's why a spoon is enough. Okay.
Thank you,
So
Chef.
let's move on to our next ganache recipe, which is our, no, not this. We had the other one, no? The one which we had powdered yesterday. No, I didn't. It was kept separate. Okay, so now we are doing a pistachio. Anything else to be made in this? Lavender only. But I'll mix in this. And for this also, I am taking cream. Again, all my ganaches are today are 3.5:1 proportion. All the white chocolate ganaches that I'm making. Reason being because I want to add, I want them to be very, very pipeable. Okay. So what I have today here is this, my pistachio powder. It's this pistachio was roasted and then it was powdered. You don't have to grind it too much, because then it starts leaving oil. Just grind it exactly how much you would it would take to powder them. Just in case you ever feel that your mix is becoming curdled, it's perfectly okay. You can always churn it back. That's the best thing about using these flavors in ganaches. Firstly, they are very, very stable. Okay. Secondly, you feel that they look curdled or split or anything, you can always churn it back. Thankfully, it was out or in the fridge. Nice, pretty pale green color this is going to give you. Of course, you can add a bit of green color to enhance the color. Any questions we have? We can take the questions now.
350 grams is white chocolate, 100 grams is cream.
Yes.
Correct ratio is 3.5 is to 1.
Correct.
Thank you, Chef.
Yes, this is what I'm taking. I'm taking 3.5:1 proportion. So this becomes 350 grams chocolate and 100 grams of cream. Nice and nutty this is going to be. Again, a very, very versatile flavor, guys. That's the reason we are doing this today. I am adding a bit of color. Like, you will see how much color I'm adding. because I want pistachio to look like pistachio. Ittusa color, just to enhance the look of the frosting. But this is pure pistachio. That's the best part. At this point, I will stop cooking it. I have used pistachio meal. What you can also do is you can churn it a little bit more. If you don't want any kind of these small bits of nuts, you can use your, show me the mixer, the Boss blender. You can use this, your blender, and just blend it a little bit. Always important to use fresh pistachios and not frozen or not something which has been lying in your fridge. Okay. When you're using nuts, it's always important that you roast them first to get the flavor out. That just roasting just enhances the flavor, I feel. And this is our, so once you have all the fresh ingredients, fresh pistachios, you won't actually need to add any kind of flavors. If you have a pistachio extract, go ahead and use it. This is our white chocolate. Again, I'm just mixing it. You can use a hand mixer. This flavor will go beautifully with something like, somebody mentioned rose, a rose flavored cake. If you're making a rose flavored cake, it will go beautifully with that. Rose, a cranberry, raspberries go very beautifully with pistachios. So if you have raspberry in your cake, you can use like one layer of this pistachio filling. You can use it to fill your macarons if you have pistachio flavored macarons. If you've ever made macarons with pistachio meal instead of almond meal, you can use that. You can use this to fill. Will taste amazing, smells amazing. And look at the beautiful black specks of pistachio that we have here. They are beautiful, they are amazing. And they just add to the beauty of the frosting. Okay, so this is our pistachio flavored frosting. What else we have? Any questions? This just
Is pistachio with skin?
Yes, pistachio was with skin. Pistachio was with skin. So when I roasted the pistachio, whatever skins could come out naturally, I removed them. Otherwise, pistachios are with skin. And I'm using the raw pistachios. Don't use the those pistachios, okay? The salted ones. Don't use those ones, please. They'll be very, very salty. Okay, any questions about this?
Till what time we have to cook this?
Once again, just not too much. We don't want to burn the cream. We are cooking it at a very, very low heat. Okay. And we are cooking it just enough till the time we see that our flavors are infused, our pistachios are like nice and soft, and you see a good, you smell a good aroma. That is the time. Till that time, we are cooking the pistachios. You've taken my white cloth there? Kapda.
How much cream have you taken in the saucepan?
They are all 3.5:1, guys. So I'm taking it according to the recipe that I've mentioned.
Thank you, chef.
Okay, thank you, guys. The next one that I want to show you is one of a very running and a very trendy flavor. Again, I'm doing a ganache here because ganache is something I can easily add my flavors with. I can play with flavors within ganache. So this is my cream. I'm doing a lavender ganache. You know, you can use the lavender with your Swiss meringue also. You have to boil the milk with lavender flowers and bring it to the desired level, the quantity, and use that. Blueberries, I want blueberries. So these are my lavender flowers. They are, I think, very easily now available on Amazon. This is what they look like. Smell very nice and fresh. They're very strong in flavor, so use it accordingly. You can reduce the amount of flowers also that you want to add. Okay, this is the lavender that's going in. I'm going to be cooking the lavender. Now, lavender flowers as such won't give any color. Yeah. So just put a little bit of water and just cook it in that. So what I'm doing is, I'm just taking few blueberries. These are frozen blueberries, fresh they. I kept them in the freezer. Okay. I'm adding color. I'm adding a little bit of color with the blueberries. Now you see how. Can you put them in the micro? This has already started to give out a beautiful aroma of lavender. Lavender in itself is a very strong flavor, guys. So, you know, make a little batch of this and see where you would want to use it. You can use it with definitely plain vanilla. You can use it with chocolate also. New flavor, it's a new flavor. So people who like lavender as a flavor and as the aroma, and if they use a lot of these aromatic oils, they are the ones who would actually know what lavender is. Lavender with lemon as a flavor will also be nice. Lavender with Earl Grey will also be a nice flavor. Lavender with coffee will also be a nice flavor. Coffee flavored sponge or a cake. So, you know, once you are done boiling it, see now it's nice and beautiful. You can actually strain this to remove these flowers. But what I actually do is I just churn them. Put the boss like that only. I'll use it. I'll wipe it. Guys, I think people have gone for their lunch breaks, right? A lot of y'all must be having your lunch right now. So at this point, I'm just going to turn off the heat. And I just want to add this little liquid from the blueberries to give it a nice color. So once I do add this to the milk, you will see that it's curdling, but that's okay because we are going to bring it together. It will add the most natural flavor and color to this ganache. Can you see the beautiful lavender color? And we are done. Look at this. How beautiful is this? The most perfect lavender frosting ever. Once again, I'm mixing this with our chocolate. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, chef.
Okay, because my earphones just died. The most beautiful color. You can add a little bit of lavender color if you have at hand, but this is like just so perfect. I'm adding just a drop of color. See, I think instead of 2, we put 3 drops, but it's okay. Yeah. Rest of the chocolate goes in. Be careful if you're just supposed to add like 1 teaspoon, not 1 teaspoon, just 1 drop of color. But it's okay. We are in a workshop and a lot of things sometimes just fall off the hands. So this is our, and this smells amazing. I'm going to leave those bits of flour there. Okay. And I'm just going to churn them. But if you want, you could actually strain your fresh cream that you have here. You can strain it. You can just strain it and then you can use it. And this is your lavender frosting. Now this frosting, these ganaches can be used in mixed with your cream cheese frosting. These ganaches can be used mixed with your buttercream frosting. They are again huge. Can off and I'm just charging them now. Okay. Any questions do we have, Ishita? Should we move on?
Pistachios will not taste bitter if it's roasted.
1 second, I can't hear you. What happened?
Pistachios will not taste bitter.
1 second, I can't hear you again. Just a second. Can you hear me? You can switch that on.
Yes, chef.
I can't hear you. I wonder why.
Chef, can you log in again?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay. Can you repeat what you were saying? I can hear you now.
Yes, chef. Pistachios will not taste bitter if it's roasted.
No, we aren't burning them. We are just roasting them slightly to get the aroma out. So, of course not. In fact, after roasting, only the actual flavor comes out in any of the nuts, be it pistachios or almonds or hazelnuts. So, no.
Would lavender extract work if we do not get the flowers?
Lavender extract, yeah, you can use a lavender extract. Why not? If you can't get the flowers, yes, of course. Here, the idea was to actually show you, all everything very, very natural, organic. But if you can't get your hands on flowers, then of course use extracts, not a problem. Yes.
How to caramelize white chocolate without a microwave? Can it be done in a OTG?
Okay, so we are doing, I will show you what we have here. A caramelized white chocolate takes a lot of time. So maybe we should start doing that now, a little bit. Let's see if you are able to complete caramelizing it by the end of the workshop, you will be able to see what we are doing. We have some chocolates, carrots here. So you can do it in an OTG, but OTG, it becomes very tricky. So we've tried doing that in the OTG, but there is always that little bit of, fear and little bit of probability that your chocolate will burn. You can't hear me? Yes, Shruti, you can use rose, of course. That's such a, we can hear you. Can everyone hear me? Ishita, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, chef.
There are some people who can't hear me clearly. Let me try. Let me try with the other Bluetooth. Just give me a minute. It's in the fridge. Okay, guys, can you just continue? Ishita, can you continue asking me the questions? I'm trying to
Can we use all these different flavors, ganaches, as a filling in making homemade chocolates?
Definitely you can. Definitely, most definitely you can. Go ahead, use this in all your ganaches, in all your cakes, cupcakes, chocolates, macarons. Definitely you can do that.
Have you added water in blueberry, or it's just heated in microwave?
So I just added like a few drops of water to the blueberry. Otherwise, if you have fresh blueberries, what you can do is just mash it and put it in the microwave so it will lose its own water. So because we just need like hardly 1 teaspoon to 2 teaspoons of that
liquid.
Which brand of lavender are you using?
There is no brand actually, but what I'm using is I just called some lavender from Amazon. I will check if it's still available with Amazon. Otherwise, I think Urban Platter should have dried lavender flowers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. So let's start with our next. I'm just trying to pair my. Just give me a minute, guys. Okay. Till the time they chart, I will just talk loudly. I will just have to talk loudly now. You all can tell me if at all I'm clear or no. Okay. So next, what we are doing is burn nozzle. Burn nozzle. Okay. Give me the butter. Yes. So guys, what I'm doing here is burn nozzle. Burn nozzle is nothing but brown butter or burnt butter. It's called burn nozzle in French. It's a very French term. Okay, it's a French term for brown butter.
Chef, your voice is very low.
Very low.
Can you hear me? Okay, I think now you can hear me because now they're connected. I will just have to keep charging them as we go. So we are doing a beurre noisette. Okay, beurre noisette is nothing but brown butter, burnt butter in French. Okay, beurre is burnt, and noisette is actually a term, a French word for hazelnuts, but that they are using here because it smells very nutty and it gives a very beautiful nutty aroma. Now, beurre noisette is something, the brown butter is something that you must have seen of late. It's trending. A lot of people are using this brown butter in their bakes. People can use this brown butter in place of the regular butter only, and just to get that beautiful, brownish color to the cake and get that nutty aroma in the cake. So that is something that they are doing. So you can also do that. You can make a batch of brown butter and keep it and just use it, just the way you like it. What you can also do with this brown butter is, let's see if we have the time. I will show you how to do SMBC with this. I will just replace the regular butter that I use for SMBC with the brown butter, and we will do that. But first, let's do some brown butter. We'll just brown the butter. Anything else we're using this for? Cooking? Any more cooking? That's okay. Huh. Then we have the caramelized chocolate. Yeah. Can you do it? Okay. So I'm just making a small batch. Where's the butter kept? Where's the butter kept? Huh? Fridge, no? Okay. Make sure it's not too hard, huh? So I'm just doing a very small batch, guys, because we've already done 2 batches. I have a lot of brown butter. I'm going to make a lot of brown butter cakes. But first, I'm just showing you how we do the brown butter. Now, I had also done like a class on brown butter blondies, and brown butter in blondies tastes very, very nice. You can use brown butter in brownies also. They also taste very good. So what I'm doing is just on very, very low heat and a heavy bottom pan, I'm melting the butter. This is room temperature butter. get the sesame and all that, and all the creams and the buttercreams and all the dabba. It's starting to melt now. Once it's melted completely, you will see that a lot of it will start foaming up. It will start boiling vigorously. Let it boil. All the milk solids are, all the moisture will actually evaporate. And what you will see, the brown parts is actually the milk solids, which will, become brown or which will actually burn up. And we want those brown little specks in the buttercream. Yes. So guys, these are our white chocolate. This is the white chocolate I'm using. Okay, we are just putting it in a microwave safe bowl right now. Okay, and now this is going in the microwave at 30 seconds bursts until it becomes the caramel color. Here. Get all the frostings out. So I'll just start mixing them and showing them. And SMBC? Okay. So just keep it there. And now you will see that it's starting to reduce. It will also reduce. Okay, guys. It's out only, no? SMBC. And the coffee SMBC also. Yeah. Any questions we have?
Chef, white chocolate is not mentioned in the recipe card.
White chocolate is not mentioned.
Yes.
Which white chocolate? For what are they asking? I'm showing you the brown butter, guys, right now. The white chocolate that I just showed you was for the caramelized white chocolate ganache that we were going to make. So I just showed you that because it is going in the microwave now. And this, when you smell the beautiful nutty aroma, and you see that the milk solids have settled at the bottom and they have become nice and brown, this is done. Can you see this? This is your beurre noisette. What I would do is I would pour it in a nice chota sa glass jar and I would store it for my use, whatever usage you want to use it for. And this is beurre noisette. Nothing but burnt butter. This is how we burn our butter. Make sure it doesn't become too black and it's nice and brown and smells nutty. Okay. Now with this burnt butter, you can make, show me the SMBC, burnt butter. You can make Swiss meringue buttercream. You can use this burnt butter to make any of your cakes. I have kept it in the fridge. And then you bring, after keeping it in the fridge, after setting it, then you bring it to room temperature. Okay, this is our burnt butter. This will go very beautifully with any of your nutty flavored cakes. You can make your cakes with this. You can make SMBC with this. Just whisk this and this becomes nice, flavorful. So I'm not making SMBC with this now because you've already seen me make SMBC 3 times over. So the entire procedure remains the same. The liquid remains the same. The whey protein remains the same. You just have to whisk this instead of the butter. Okay, guys? So let me not show you this SMBC. Instead, let's talk about, if you have any queries, let's start mixing some flavors to our buttercreams that are already ready. Okay, what do you say? You want me to make SMBC out of this, or you've seen enough SMBC now? Any inputs? Guys, any inputs?
We're good.
You're good? Great. Thank you so much, guys, for being so understanding, because I've made SMBC like 10 times since yesterday. So you know, it'll become nice and beautiful and light in color. Look at this, it's already becoming light, right? So this becomes the base of your Swiss. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Shobha. Thank you, everybody. You like to see frosting and other options? Okay. So now that we have a lot of our you know, frostings ready, let's see what we can mix and what. Okay. Our caramelized ganache, we can just prepare the caramelized ganache. My chocolate is already caramelized. Now, caramelizing chocolate takes a lot of time. You have to have a lot of patience. Whether you're doing it in the OTG or you're doing it in the microwave, it takes a lot of time. Okay. So have a lot of patience with that. Is it melted?
Yes.
So I have given you a very, very detailed procedure to caramelize the ganache. There's nothing to it, just patience. You just have to sit in front of the microwave, keep you know, melting the chocolate at intervals, 15 second bursts, 30-second bursts. This is my chocolate. Oh, it's nice and set. You have to melt it, please. This is our white chocolate. Because it's air conditioned here, that's why it's set. Otherwise, it remains at a nice semi-liquid stage. Now to that white chocolate is amazing. Trust me when I'm telling you, a couverture white chocolate tastes so different from a compound white chocolate. So always use couverture for your white chocolate, caramelized white chocolate ganaches. Okay, and you can always caramelize the white chocolate and keep it in an airtight box. Okay, and it remains very good. So, and you can make ganache out of it, and you can you know, do whatever you want to out of it. Don't make the entire ganache out of the entire batch. Ho gaya? No, liquid. Yeah. Liquid, full liquid. Give me the berry thing also. Just a second, guys. Then you melt it. This is what?
Yes.
Okay.
That is the white ganache that is prepared.
Abhi that I did. Okay. Okay. So let's start with, till the time our white chocolate is getting melted. What I have here is my berry jam. Okay. This is how much I dried it. Okay. Now what you can do to this is you can actually add it and to your frostings. This is my cream cheese mousse frosting. Nice and beautiful. You know, guys, some of you all must be making those tart cakes and number cakes, right? How beautiful it is. Look at the mousse. Such a nice moussey texture. So those tart cakes and number cakes, no? So this particular frosting goes very well because it has some stability also, because it has white chocolate. So this cream cheese frosting goes very well. I'm adding this to my cream cheese. And this is my strawberry frosting. The same thing you could add to your ganache. That becomes your strawberry ganache if you can add this to your ganache. But you know, the key thing to remember here is that you are not adding anything which is runny. Look how beautiful and stiff this is. Can you see the color? Nice and pink and just such a natural color. This is my strawberry frosting. So, you know, I'm not mixing too much frosting to all these things because end of the day, I will have to sit and eat it. I'll be the one gaining the weight, not you. Look at the amount of frostings I have in front of me. You won't even believe. It's not even funny. Okay, so this is our strawberry, which I've mixed with my cream cheese. The same thing you can mix with your ganache also. Okay, now let me take, I have with me some black sesame powder. Now what I did was, all I did to my black sesame was, without even roasting it, I just ground it. Okay. Do you want to see what my black sesame looks like? I will show you. Okay, this is my black sesame. Gives a nice, beautiful, aromatic flavor. All you have to do is just grind it to a powder. This is also something which a lot of people are using nowadays. Okay, very, very trending. You can use it in your ganache to get that gray color. Make sure you're not making a paste out of this. Guys, I don't want you to make a paste out of this because then this will become runny and then this will make your frosting also very, very runny. Okay. So now what I'm doing here is just adding some American buttercream to this. You can add your ganache also to this. Look at my buttercream. How beautiful is this? Look at this buttercream. Beautiful, right? Again, now these are some things which you have to, you know, like eyeball it. There is no particular proportion to adding your black sesame buttercream or black sesame to the buttercream or to adding your. Okay. Okay, just a minute. I'll just finish this. Okay. With your strawberry also, you can just eyeball it and add it. So this becomes a nice, beautiful concrete color. Nowadays, those concrete flavored, concrete looking cakes are very, very in, trending. Can you see? So this is concrete. So this is our black sesame buttercream. This is our strawberry cream cheese. You can add this, some little buttercream also to this. Cream cheese, you can add a little buttercream frosting also. You can actually interchange a lot of frostings. Okay, so let me just show you this particular caramelized white chocolate ganache that we are doing. So there will be a stage that when you're melting your chocolate will become lumpy like this. Let it be here only. We'll show them all at the end. It will become lumpy like this. Okay. Don't worry. All you have to do is just mix it and again put it in the microwave to melt and to get that caramel flavor, caramel color. Here. Okay. So next what we are doing is, okay, let me show you. Was this melt? Was this warm? This cream? Do we need to warm it? Okay. So this is our caramelized white chocolate. Can you see how beautiful it looks? It tastes amazing. It smells amazing. Liquid gold, it looks like. This is the end result of caramelizing and of microwaving chocolates like this, white chocolate. Just add your cream to this. Again, you can add 3:1 or 3.5:1. The proportions remain the same. This tastes so good. You can actually caramelize the chocolate and keep it in a jar and use it how you want to. It tastes so good, you can just eat it like that out of the jar. But I'm making a ganache for you guys. The chocolate was warm. Once again, I am not overheating anything. When I'm making ganache, I'm making sure that I'm not overheating anything. This has turned out to be a pretty long class, isn't it? Again, and look at this beauty. Oh, this is delicious. And then you set it and then you use it in your cakes and your clients are going to go all crazy and gaga over you. Have a cup of coffee. Saying that. Okay, guys. So this is your white chocolate ganache. Now, what I'm trying to do here is just, mixing some additions to your paste, the paste to your creams. What are we doing now? Nutella. Where do we have Nutella? Or the one which I already have. So I'm taking some American buttercream once again. Look at the consistency, guys. It's so beautiful. It's so lovely. It's so good. It's best to pipe. You can frost your cakes. You can do palette knife painting with this on your cake. Okay, so this is our buttercream. Once again, I am adding Nutella. This is my Nutella. Okay, make sure that you are mixing it very well and make sure that you're not overdoing it. Okay, what I would do is instead of putting the entire batch of Nutella, what I would do for my cakes is I would first layer my cake with a thin layer of Nutella, and then I would do some Nutella buttercream. So I have already given you the proportions, how much buttercream can be added to pastes like these. So follow that, please. Don't make your buttercream too runny. And this is my Nutella buttercream. What I would do is just add some streaks of Nutella, If you're piping a cupcake, I would just add like little streaks of Nutella which are unmixed, which remain unmixed. So little dollops of Nutella like this, which are unmixed. This is our Nutella. So we've just made our caramelized white chocolate ganache. We've made our strawberry cheesecake, cream cheese. We have made our black sesame We have made our lavender ganache, which is setting. We have made our pistachio ganache. We have made our kesar elaichi ganache. We have made SMBCs. I think we've like kind of covered most of the things, all of the things, in fact. Let me see if anything else is left, because there was such a huge, vast variety of things. Masala chai has been taught to you. Okay, let me now go step by step and let me see what all is left. Okay, let me show you how I'm adding our pistachio. But pistachio is not supposed to be added actually to any kind of frosting, but you can add it. You can add pistachio to the buttercream. What I would do is, with the pistachio, I would just layer the cake with the layer of pistachio paste, and then I would maybe add rose flavored ganache to it, or I would make a rose flavored buttercream and I would add it. Okay? Things like, there are so many possibilities. Are you still doing that? I think I suggest don't do it. No, leave it. Because it's going to take another 1 hour for this. Okay, so our caramelized white chocolate, like I told you, takes a lot of time. We've already made this. Okay, so can you just check now what all we've done with from here? Guys, I'm ready for any kind of questions. We've come to the end of our class. Show me those two, Kesar and Pista. Ishita, do we have questions?
Yes, chef.
Or has everybody left?
No, chef.
Okay.
Which one do you prefer, chef? American buttercream or Swiss meringue buttercream?
See, this is, I will just come to the question. I'm just showing them the coffee flavored buttercream, the SMBC. Okay, it's nice and thick. So you'll have to warm it. Okay, which one do I prefer? Now it totally depends on the usage. See, if the American buttercream comes out so beautiful and it is so nice, why not use the American buttercream? But taste-wise, I prefer the Swiss meringue buttercream.
While melting the white chocolate for caramelized white ganache, is there anything else to be added, or is just plain white chocolate?
Okay, I'll just ask the question again because the voice was breaking. Is there anything else to be added while doing the white chocolate, while melting the chocolate?
Yes, chef.
No, pure chocolate is what I'm using. Just pure white chocolate. I'm using Calibu. Okay, and I suggest you use couverture only. If you don't have a Calibu, then use your Van Houten white chocolate. I have not tried this with compound, but you can go ahead and try it. But nothing else is to be added. This chocolate just needs to cook till it becomes a nice, beautiful caramel color. Okay.
Recipe for cupcake.
I've already given. There's a bonus recipe at the end of the PDF. Did you not get it? Did people not get it?
They got it, chef. I think what
okay.
she is saying that will you be making it?
No, of course not. This is not a baking workshop. We are just giving like a bonus recipe, so you have to try it for yourself. Okay. Our pistachio ganache, guys, so beautiful. And this pipes also very well. Okay, so this pipes very beautifully. You can use any kind of piping tips for this. Melted a lot.
How to store unused white chocolate? Should we refrigerate it or store it at room temperature?
How to store unused white chocolate? You can store it at room temperature in a box, in an airtight box. Don't let any air, come inside. So this is the kesar elaichi ganache. We just like melted it a little extra, thoda extra melt ho gaya. But again, once it sets, it becomes nice and beautiful and pipeable. Okay.
Yeah. How to store chocolate?
How to store chocolate, you ask?
Yes, chef.
Chocolate should always be stored at the room temperature, never in the fridge, in a very, very cool and dry place. Okay. If you have opened up a packet and you've only used half of the packet, what I do is I cling wrap the entire packet so that there's no air which goes inside. So that is the best way to store your chocolate.
Didn't get caramelized white chocolate concept.
You didn't get it. Okay. The concept is just to use a variation of white chocolate. That's the reason instead of using plain white chocolate, we are caramelizing it. This is not a very new flavor. This has been going on. People have been using this particular flavor since years and years. I only thought of doing it because this gives a very different take and this gives a very different flavor to chocolate, and the chocolate tastes a little less sweet. So that was the concept. It's not a very new concept that I have brought in. I've just like gotten inspired with a lot of chefs around the world using this particular concept.
How to darken color in any buttercream?
Okay, any buttercream, you can use your gel paste, your gel colors. So what I would do is for dark colors like red and black, specifically reds and blacks, don't use gel colors, because the more you add gel to your colors, the more runny the frosting becomes. So for any of your frostings, if you want to use very dark shades like dark red, black, and dark maroon, get powder colors. One such brand that I've come across is Magic Super Whip. If you've heard of it, if any of y'all have heard of it, that's the color to use. Powder colors are the best, oil-based powder colors. If you can get your hands on Magic Super Whip, that's the best color. It gives a very beautiful dark pigment to your frostings. So for your fresh cream, your cream cheese, your buttercream, your SMBC, your ganaches, dark color, always use that. Okay. Just a second, I'm just muting myself for a second. Yes, sorry. Yes, guys.
Can we do white chocolate caramelize on double boiler method?
I would not suggest double boiler. You know what the reason being? Because double boiler, you are actually putting your vessel on a pot of hot water, and there are chances that the steam or the water may come into the chocolate and it may seize your chocolate. So if water touches the chocolate or dark chocolate, white chocolate, milk chocolate, the chocolate just seizes and then it's of no use. So that's the reason I don't suggest it.
Which cream should be charged more?
Which cream should be charged more? Definitely, you have to firstly take into consideration all the costs, okay, that you are incurring. So you have to see what kind of costs are you incurring. I feel out of all these creams, SMBC is something that we are, like incurring a larger cost, a bigger cost. So SMBC definitely. Okay.
Will be helpful. Which flavor will go well with which sponge?
So there are so many flavors here that we've done today. So let me just start with a few flavors that are coming to my mind, especially if you all have done my sponges class last sponges class that I did. We did a huge number of sponges. I think I mentioned a lot of flavors that were going to go. So let's see. Kesar Ilaichi is all for your Indian flavors of sponges, Indian flavored cakes, rasmalai, gulab jamun, like I already mentioned. But at the same time, you can also use Kesar Ilaichi for your with your plain vanilla sponge cakes also. That's also fine. Pistachio is something I would definitely use it with rose, something with rose flavored frosting, rose flavored cakes, or rose flavored sponges. You can use these frostings also in macarons, like I told you. You can use this in cupcakes. You can fill it in cupcakes. Can you get the lemon wala out? Lemon.
Or
Lemon curd. Yeah. So I've yet to show you the lemon curd. Let me just show it to you. One last thing. I just remembered. Otherwise, all of you all would have been after my life. Okay. Which flavors go? I already spoke about kesal elaichi. Let's speak about lavender. I think while I was making lavender also, I was talking about it. Lavender goes well with most of the English flavors. Okay. Any European flavors that you're using. Earl Grey and lavender goes well. Lemon with lavender goes well. Coffee with lavender also goes well. So you can try lavender with these flavors. Coffee, of course, like coffee, we made a coffee SMBC that goes well with chocolate. I would love coffee with chocolate. I would love coffee with a nice coffee and walnut cake, a nice cinnamony flavored cake, caramel flavored cake. Let's see, Nutella is something. Come on, guys, come on. You know the uses of Nutella. Chocolate and Nutella, classic flavor. Um, then which other flavors are we doing? Have we done? Lemon curd. Let's do black sesame. Black sesame is something which I did more for the look of it. Black sesame as a flavor will taste very nutty. If you have tasted white sesame, and if you've tasted something like tahini, okay, it tastes something like that, very nutty. At the same time, it doesn't have a very strong flavor of its own, taste of its own, but it smells very nutty. So you can try black sesame. I've done that black sesame more for the look of it, like I told you. It looks beautiful with those black specks and with those concrete cakes that we are seeing nowadays, the gray color concrete square cakes. So you can use black sesame for that. uh, then what else? Berry goes well with all kinds of fruity flavors. We've done berry jam, so I've just mixed a berry flavored icing for you. Where's that icing gone? Berry? Yeah. You know what berry goes well with. Come on. This is berry, this is strawberry, goes well with a nice lemon flavored cake, strawberry flavored cake, mixed berry cake.
Chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate. See, somebody's hungry. Oh God. Uh, Caramelized white chocolate ganache is something I would really try, guys. Okay, and I will want you also to try. I understand it will be heavy on the pocket, but just try it for your own family, for your own self. It tastes amazing. It really is not exactly like caramel, and it tastes very nice. So try the caramelized white chocolate ganache. Try it with your chocolate flavor. Try it with your coffee flavor. Try it with your cinnamon flavor. Sorry, which flavor?
I was about to say that I tried this coffee, strawberry infused coffee.
Oh, wow. How nice is that? So, yeah, all those flavors. This, guys, this is this is lemon curd, which we made. Okay, this is how it turns out. Now, what we can do is we can just quickly, yeah, we have that. We have something to whip. Yeah, just give me one attachment. This is our lemon curd. I cooked it extra, like I told you. I gave it a extra cooking time because I wanted it to become stiff like this. If you undercook it slightly, it remains a little more sauce-like. Okay. Still, if it becomes like this, you can use that sauce to layer your sponge cakes, to fill your cupcakes, to fill your macarons. Between the buttercreams. So for all those things, the sauce needs to be thick like a caramel. Okay, so what I'm doing now is water. Do it now. Whisk it. And trust me, this is like the strongest lemon flavor you would taste. So instead of just adding some lemon zest to your creams or, just lemon juice, this is what you can add. So what I will do now is I will take a little bit of this. This you can use to layer your cakes also, okay? You can use a buttercream with this. Lemon buttercream, let's do a lemon buttercream. Or you can use your cream cheese. I have a cream cheese filling. Why not do a cream cheese? Now here I'm just eyeballing it. I think I've mentioned it in my recipes, how much to use with how much proportion. Once again, don't go overboard with adding all these pastes and flavors to your cakes, to your frostings, because you don't want it to become very runny. You have to make sure that all your pastes, all your additions that you're adding to your frostings are not very runny, okay? This lemon curd is not runny. Look how beautifully it is mixing. Look at the beautiful color. Lemon, pure lemon. Goes so well with blueberries, a nice blueberry muffin topped with a dollop of this lemon cream cheese is so amazing, right? So this is our lemon cream cheese. Now, you know what? You can also mix this cream cheese with a little bit of buttercream, okay? In the proportion that I think I've mentioned in the recipes, but come on, end of the day, you can always eyeball the proportions, okay? If you just want a little bit of interchange of these frostings, you can just mix some buttercream also to this, and it tastes amazing. So this is our lemon. Cream cheese. Okay. Questions?
What is Indian buttercream?
I have no idea what is Indian buttercream. You can ask the people who are teaching it.
How much?
I think, yeah, sorry.
How much whipped cream to add it to saffron elaichi ganache to make it a mousse?
How much whipped cream to be added to the ganache? Okay. So this is something which I have always eyeballed. Whenever I want to make a mousse out of my ganache, even the dark chocolate. So if I made my dark chocolate ganache, okay, if I want to make a mousse out of it, I always eyeball it. I always check that if the color is okay, if the consistency okay. That time I just stop. So this is the only advice that I'm also going to give you, because because your preferences are very subjective. You may like a lighter mousse, I may like a more denser mousse. You understanding? So just whip up some cream and just start mixing them little by little. Stop when you reach the desired consistency and your favorite consistency and color. I would whip my cream to a stiff consistency. Always. Next.
No more questions, sir.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. See this I had melted a little extra and this had become very soft and runny. So this is now coming up to a nice consistency. It's setting. Guys, I do hope that I've answered all your questions, and I do hope that y'all have learned a lot from this class and this particular workshop.
Chef, if somebody is making something, can they
Yeah.
can they DM you while making it?
Of course. Yes, please, guys. So if y'all are trying this out and y'all are making anything with these recipes, please do DM me, tag me in your stories. If you have any doubts, you can always ping me on Instagram. I'm always available. Which cream is the best beside Tropolite? Non-dairy. I have always used Tropolite. I feel rich gold is also good, but Tropolite has been consistent for me. So Tropolite is good. Guys, just a second. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. We were having like a discussion about some things. Okay. I'm so sorry for the break. Yes. Once again, guys, I just want to tell you that, you have paid your hard earned money for this, and I do hope that you've got your money's worth. Secondly, don't share these recipes. We had an incident last time where somebody was selling the sponge cakes class. The sponge cakes class was a super duper hit, touch wood, thankfully, because of y'all. But don't give it away to anybody. I don't think that you all will, but these are your own recipes. Make them your own, use it your own way. Another thing that I want to very, very quickly tell you is, all these frostings work differently for different people. All of y'all are living in different parts of the world. Maybe right now, maybe like, for example, in Australia, we have summers or winters. So maybe, your buttercream will not melt at all. Whereas in Bombay and in Chennai and in Delhi, the buttercream will just, start melting away. Right now, I'm working in AC. So all my buttercreams and everything is stable. You have to use your own discretion before finalizing a frosting for your cake. Okay. Or if you're sending out cupcakes, you have to make sure that if your client is taking those things in an AC thing, American buttercream will cannot stay out in a hot sun for too long. But at the same time, in the AC, it stays very well. So, nowadays, most of the places and the community halls and the celebration halls are normally AC. If the client is also paying you so much money for a cake, they will also take care that they are also taking care of the cake, and they will not just keep it out in the open for it to melt. So take care of those things. Again, I don't want to see questions and comments like, "Arey, my buttercream is not stable." Hello, your buttercream will be stable under certain circumstances. Your buttercream is stable. The recipe that I've given you is of a good, stable buttercream. But if you're using it in hot and humid climate, then you have to use your discretion. Okay. In that case, that's the reason why we've given you American buttercream. We've given you Swiss meringue buttercream. Swiss meringue buttercream is a delicate buttercream. American buttercream is slightly more stronger and more stable, depending on the sugar you add. Okay, you can add more sugar to it. Somebody asked me about shortening. Guys, you can go ahead and use shortening. I'm not, underplaying the shortening, the role of the shortening, and I'm not going to name anybody who will use shortening. You can do that. I've also taught you ganaches, which is, according to me, the most stable frosting. So that's why and I've mentioned it again during this 5-hour class that we've had now, that ganache is your most stable frosting. So if you are in a place where it's very hot, it's very humid, and you're not sure about how your cake is going to travel, use ganache. If you trust your client enough that he will take care of the cake and if they want buttercream, then use buttercream, but give clear instructions. I hope I was very clear with the stability and things like that for this particular class. I can take any more questions if you have.
Can we store buttercream frosted cake, cupcake in fridge?
Yes, you can, definitely. What I would suggest is just, don't let it get exposed to the air. Put it in an airtight box, or if you have frosted the cake, you can cling wrap it so that, it doesn't dry out. That's all. You can store it.
Is there any frosting that can stay out without refrigeration?
White chocolate ganache. Again, if it's without the refrigeration, yes, but it needs AC. It's sugar end of the day. It's chocolate end of the day. So what are you trying to test? So white chocolate ganache, which will at a 3.5:1 proportion, stays very well, but you have to keep it in AC.
I tried buttercream, but ended very grainy. How to avoid it?
Like I said, if you watch the recording now, I don't know if you're watching it from the start. Buttercream American buttercream will be slightly gritty, slightly grainy, but to avoid majority part of that is how you whip it up. The techniques that I've shown you, whip up your butter very, very well. Your butter should not be very, very soft. Just towards like losing oil. Your butter should not be oily. It should just be soft enough so that you can see the dent when you're touching it with your finger. You should be able to see the dent. It should hold its shape. That is the butter you should use. Whip up the butter first and not immediately add sugar. Add sugar in parts and intervals. And I think if you follow these instructions just like the way I make, it should be just fine.
Does eggless Swiss meringue buttercream and with egg differ by taste?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you read it again?
Does eggless Swiss meringue buttercream and with egg differs by taste? I like
Actually, yes. Sorry.
I
She
like
likes.
one with egg white.
So surprisingly, there's very little difference in the tastes. Okay, this is something that I was also very surprised with. There's very little difference in the egg-based Swiss meringue buttercream and the eggless one. So try it and see it.
Thank you, chef. No more question.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for being patient with me. And thank you so much, Ishita. I know it was a long day for you.
No problem, chef. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. And if you all are not following me, still, shame on you.
Yes, you can buy the recording from Konosh. You can message me. I'll just put my number here.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful class. Thank you for being so patient. DM me if any queries and put up your stories and tag me and follow me and tag me and Konosh both. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, chef. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll be sending
Thank you, guys.
3 days. Thank you, chef.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, chef.
Should I leave?
Yes, chef.